Come on, this better fucking work. There we go. Magnificent, truly. We are so back. Do you see me? Hello. Hello, everyone on YouTube. Technically, I'm live. I don't know. I'm so hot right now. Right. We back. Hello, Nagok. Hello, everyone else. I'm so hot right now. Right. God, all I get sponsorship offers for is just people trying to make me sell AI shit, and I'm just like, no, I'm okay, thank you. Hold on, let me just check something. Come on, this better fuck. God, all I get sponsorship offers for. I'm just checking something. Give me a second. Okay. Hey, Chris, thank you for the entertainment and all the time and commentary. Thank you, my man. Thanks for watching. It's always deeply appreciated. Yeah. I hope everyone's having a nice day. Who's in Utah with Charlie? Me? I'm alive. Hold on, also, let me just... I'm just checking some stuff. Okay, right, we are so back. We are so back. Has arrived in the Gulf of Oman for economic D-Day landings. I mean, we'll talk about that in a bit, I guess. I'm just fiddling around. Right, I am ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go. I hope you guys are having a nice day. Right. Let's quickly do the Wordle to get me a bit calmed down. I've just been talking all day to internet companies because my internet's not been working fine, but somehow there seems to be a magical feature of my internet where, for some reason, in spite of apparently functioning normally, it just loses total connection for no real explicable reason. You've seen the Nazi protests? Yes, I have. The Kirkiversary is approaching. Yes, there is. Also, I'm not surprised that Spooky and Isaac and I have like a large overlap, and also Bad Empanada as well. I'm not surprised that there's people who watch each of us. I assume that although obviously my opinions are definitely not the same as Bad Empanadas, that people enjoy a similar kind of analysis. I've been tweeting out a lot, and there's a German guy who's accusing me of dehumanizing Israelis because I said that they're worms, and then that Aiden Hyken sent me some gore porn, which I'm not very appreciative of, but the guy is a deranged freak, so it doesn't surprise me. What can you do? Yes, I was at a Nazi... Yeah, that's what I was doing yesterday. Sorry for the lack of stream. I was at Jake Lang's protest. Speaking of, we'll do longs. No, surprisingly, that's not in memory of Jake Lang. Braid, I'm going to go for. Ooh. I think it must start with an R. Could it be something like that? I mean, if it doesn't have an E, that is a terrible guess. Ooh, that is a terrible guess. Reva, or could it be like something UE or Ruffy? Rumpy? It is a U. Oh, Damn. So it's U-R-M-Y? Vermi? Hermy? Kermy? No, wait. So it has to be U-R-M-Y. No, wait. It doesn't have to be M there. It could be... no, murky. Murky. It's murky. There we go. Got it. Oh. I just saw your message. Good lately. Your worm tweet was funny. I know. I kind of realized that I need to tweet more. I really, 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 really do need to tweet more, but I just don't get around to it. I also have been posting short form content because TikTok promised or alleged that they will pay me more money. So, you know, may as well. Yeah, so I'm kind of doing that. There are no AI emotes. I need to fix the Twitch ones. No debates today. No debates today. I might do some on Saturday. I've just been fucking around with internet related stuff today. I don't even know what I've done. Earlier today, I couldn't even open a web page, so that was certainly pleasant. I was like, okay, the internet's not working enough well to load Twitter. Hopefully it'll load JSTOR. No, it didn't load JSTOR, and yeah, I just had to... Yeah, it was just annoying. But what can you do? I'm going to throw a Zin in and chill the F out. I'm going to chill out. But yeah, no debates today. I know Twitch doesn't like them that much. The thing is, though, is like Twitch is growing really well. It's just, the only thing I will say about Twitch is I'm incredibly grateful, but I really, 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 really want to be partnered. Wait, the New York Times have made the crossword free. Oh my god! Why are the minis free? Why is the mini free? I love this. Okay. Lab. Scientist workplace. Charlie Brown's best friend? Snoopy? No, is that his best friend? I don't know. I don't actually really watch it. Large and muscular. Wait. So one down is plant food. Don't look back in anger. Oasis hit. Large and muscular. Bulky? Wait, where's 4? Lass. Charlie Brown. Oh, it's Linus? Linus. It's Linus, isn't it? Oh. Oh, I love this shit. I love this shit so much. This is my favorite thing on it. Why is it free again? I know it's Linus now. I forgot about that. I've only seen Charlie Brown's Christmas one. Linus. What's this one? Looking for a fight. I'm going to have to think about angle. Informality. Turtle's hiding place. Oh, no. Wait. That's wrong. Wait. Is it? Turtle's hiding place is shell. Do, re, mi, so. Wait. Oh. What the? So wait, is it bulky? Large and muscular. It does feel like... wait, but it must be shell, so it can't be bulky. So it is lab. Linus is correct. Ooh. Burly? Ooh, that's it. Yes. It's burly, not bulky. You're right. Give an effort. Try. Plant food. So. Aggro. Oh, it's light. Let's go. Good morning, Chris. Good morning. Aggro. Bullies are large and bulky, mate. I know. This is random, but have you ever listened to the Yiddish song, Foolish Little Zionist? It's a banger. Might be copyright. The only reason I play... I mean, aside from liking the music, but one of the core reasons that I play I knew it wasn't copyright. I knew that wasn't copyright by... What's his name? Riyad Awad. I knew it wasn't already, so... Yeah. I can't believe they've made the crossword free. I don't know why they're all free. Look, they got the big crossword. This probably takes ages, though. Sound like hell. Oh my god, that's going to take ages. Yeah, I probably won't do that. URL starter. www. But that can't be right. URL starter. Wait, it can't be that. Asian Sea currently undergoing replenishment efforts. South China? It can't be that, no. Civil rights icon, Rosa. Shift gears in a way or a hint to this puzzle's a cross clue. ID in some data breaches. No, I'm not going to carry it. Elite high school covering the Constitution. No, I won't do that. That's way too long. That's way too long. The mini used to be free, but they changed it. Now they changed it back to free. Did they? That is goated. HTTP, you're right. But yeah, switch from audio only. Is the image okay? I feel a bit weird right now. I guess because it's not light for the first time in ages. I feel a bit freaky. Thank you for all letting me know it's HTTPS, not www. But I'm not... This crossword is way too long. It'll take me ages, so I don't think I should probably do this. Yeah. I think that's, yeah. Are we doing more struggle sessions today? What do you mean struggle sessions? Did you hear about the knife fights between American sailors on the USS Lincoln? I haven't heard about that, no, surprisingly not. God, by the way, as well, I don't think it could be more obvious that Instagram is being manipulated to push Zionist content. I 100% think so. Also, I just hit 439,000 followers on TikTok, so that's exciting. No debates today. No. Okay. Right. Your game is paused. Let's move over to connections. Let's do the connections, because that's exciting. I'm glad they made everything free. I guess they were losing loads and loads of people. Making the mini paid for was disgusting and evil by the New York Times. Yeah. Also, the racist who got Jason Arde, who published the Jason Arde story, has been sacked by Ghent University, or suspended at least. I don't know if any of you saw that. I highly recommend Polygonal. No, yeah. The pro-Palestine movement, yeah, but I think increasingly it's being manipulated on Twitter to favor Zionism. God, I actually just... That's par for the course, I know. Which are massive. Well, I mean, Marcus, I think you would lose that debate instantly about why Irish skulls, which are massive, are superior to British skulls. Have you seen the size of my head? Like, genuinely, my head is massive. When I was a kid, I had a friend who used to talk about how big my head was. My head is humongous, but you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know, because I'm never going to show you that. The wiki trivia is good, you're right. But, yeah, I guess we'll do that. I've given up on the daily New York Crimes games for daily GeoGuessr challenges. Okay. Labu. Ooh! My man, K-Trobs. Thank you for the 100 NOK, my goat. What's the news with the Idubbbz lawsuit? I haven't heard anything about it in ages. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We'll talk about that in a little bit about it. Yeah, but yeah, thank you so much for the donation. I'll catch you up. There's not too much to catch up on, but yeah, we will talk about that. We will talk about that, and thank you again, my man. Incredibly kind. Thank you for supporting, as always. That's a big la boo boo. Okay. Telephone pigment. I'm looking at these. Sedelia, I don't know what it means. Diavola. What is Diavola, and why do I know what it is? Atomic. Ratchet and Clank. People with ands. Comma apostrophe. Well, I know Oxford is a kind of comma. Hawaiian. White. Pigment. Meat lovers. I'm a meat lover. Nah, I'm only kidding. At least you don't have a small head and large shoulders, no. Yeah, I'm glad about that. A lot of American leftists still need to unpack and examine their exceptionist attitudes. I posted this in the Discord. Do you know how the guy, you can look this up, this is 100% true. So in the 1990s, this guy, no, sorry, in the 1950s, this guy, Leon Uris, who died in 2003, was chosen by a Jewish Hollywood executive because he was a best-selling author who'd written a World War II book about how like soldiers had a great time, or it may have been about World War One. He was chosen anyway to write a book about Israel. The entire myth is based on like portraying Israel as like America. It's actually incredible, and it worked really well. It was a bestseller, incredibly powerful. And this guy also had some interesting comments about Jewish people generally. Late start today. I'll try to keep up at work. Well, if you can't crochet, Cat, don't worry. The stream will be there. I need to get back to sticking them in the archive. I just need to put myself, give myself some water. A lot of American leftists aren't white. True, yeah, and have different experiences. But I think the point about Platner is like a lot of people were just sort of a fan of it. What's your rebuttal to lefties who say we need to support troops to win their votes? I don't think that most people say that. Obviously I've made my position quite clear on this. Okay, right, I'm going to try do this and then we can get into some stuff. Oh my god, I can't even think of one today. What is Sedelia? Can someone tell me? Or Sedela? Ratchet and Clank, Okina. I don't know what Okina is. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Some kinds of bombs or with atomic social security. Meat lovers. Oxford apostrophe. Am I going to go with this? Atomic habits? I don't know. Oh, Sedela. So wait, Sedela, comma. What is a Sedela? Apostrophe Oxford? Maybe it's these all together. No. Cereal? No. Oh, what's the other one? Fuck. Akina. What is an Akina? What is an Akina? Typographical. I don't know what that is. What do you mean, acknowledge black, indigenous, person of color Americans? I just said that there were, yes, there were white, the non-white leftists. I literally just said that. Pigment. Wait, is this like animals at the start? Pig, dragon, no. Oh, God. What is Diavolo? Oh, that's it. It's pizzas. Yep, you're right. Meat lovers, Hawaiian, and white. What's white pizza? What is white pizza? I've never heard of white pizza. Diavolo is a kind of pizza. Thank you for that. Akina, the apostrophe in Polynesian words. I've never heard of that. Telephone. Ford. Oh wait, are these car brands or something? Pizza with no sauce because tomatoes are too spicy. They're poisonous. Tomatoes, like a sort of cream sauce. Yeah, I guessed it was that, but God, atomic. Is it atom? Is it like atom? No. Oh God. I'm not very good at drinking. I just spilt water. Wait, is it things starting with animal? But dragon is not an ox, rat, It can't be dragon, can it? No. Chinese zodiac animals. Okay, that makes sense at least. Kinds of numbers. Ah, serial number, social security. I see. Atomic numbers. Yes. Chinese zodiac animals. I wouldn't have known that. I would never have known that. Right. Let's position my mic. It doesn't feel... What is Year of the Dog? Well, I don't know what the Chinese years are, because I ain't Chinese. The Chinese are probably up to crazy stuff right now, though. They're probably building something sick. Oh, yeah, they sent the Evergrande guy to prison, didn't they? Forever. So, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of Americans and British people who need to go to prison forever. So, that would be good. Year of the Tiger Gang. What's 2000? 2000 Chinese zodiac. Year of the Dragon. I thought it was. Yeah, I'm Year of the Dragon. Horse or something. Horse isn't that bad. Yeah. What's wrong with a Native American saying, I feel solidarity with Palestinians as they are native, so I do think I can have a say and talk about Palestine? What did they say that was wrong? Like, obviously being Native American is different to just being a white American. Like, Native Americans are treated very poorly in America. Aren't Native Americans technically wards of state? Wards of the state. Native Americans, I think, are, or they used to be. Or was that changed? That was changed in the 20th century. Yeah. But obviously a Native American is different to a standard American. And obviously, you know, a lot of Native Americans have a similar historical experience to Palestinians. Speak a little Chinese for them. Bing chilling. Even the poorest Americans are still better off than most people in the world, and that's because of imperialism. Just definitely to some extent, but if you look at how Native Americans are treated, there are Native Americans who are treated incredibly poorly, and they still have their land thieved from them because of who they are, and they have very high rates. Aren't there certain places where you can basically commit crimes against Native Americans? I'm sure Yuval had a video about that. Yuval, the place where... I'm sure Yuval on TikTok. Zone of Death. Yes, that's what it's called.
When I was in college, I learned... Have you ever heard of the Yellowstone?
Okay, these videos are insane.
When I was in college, I learned...
Here it is.
About something called the Zone of Death, a 50-square-mile section of Yellowstone National Park in Idaho, where one could theoretically get away with murder through a series of legal and constitutional loopholes. Now, while the law here is very clear that you should be able to get away
I know, I understand what you're saying, but this is an interesting thing to watch.
With literally any crime committed in this area, I'd imagine that any judge worth their salt would immediately dismiss the zone of death argument altogether, should this ever actually happen, because it's ridiculous to assume that you'd be able to get away with literally anything just because of where you happened to commit the crime. Surely we'd never allow something that absurd to actually happen. Well, it turns out there is a very real zone of death in this country that's not at all hypothetical. You see, if I committed a crime where I am right now in Sedona, Arizona, I would be tried either by the state of Arizona or by the federal government, depending on the crime itself and its severity. If, however, before committing that crime, I decided to take a 90-minute drive north, I likely would not be tried at all. Because at that point, I would be on the Navajo Nation reservation. Now, Native American reservations throughout the country are largely autonomous, which means that I should be tried by the tribal courts instead. Except these tribal courts are not allowed to prosecute me because I am not Native. You might not think that that should matter, but in 1978, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that these tribal courts had no jurisdiction over non-native people. None whatsoever. Forget having...
This is actually like incredibly... Obviously what's happening right now is the settler project against Palestinians is very different in terms of there being like, you know, settlers moved into Palestinian land as of right now intentionally with the goal of ethnically cleansing them en masse. But at the same time, it's exactly the same in the sense of like the PA can't do anything to Israeli settlers who commit crimes there.
The case thrown out through some Saul Goodman loophole, the case would never even start. I couldn't be tried, charged, arrested, or even detained in most circumstances. These tribal courts could not touch me. Now, you might assume that this would just mean that the jurisdiction would just fall.
It's also a pretty unanimous issue in North America, right? I don't know what it's like in South America. I would assume a lot of people who are poorly treated in South America who are indigenous in places like Bolivia would not receive justice, but I know in North America this is a massive issue. Massive, massive, massive issue.
On the federal government.
Like even in Canada, right, this is an issue as well.
But this assumes that the federal government actually accepts the case itself. The overwhelming majority of the time, they just don't. Over 2/3 of sexual violence cases against Native American women that are sent to the FBI or the U.S. Attorney's offices are just rejected. Now, this is not just some constitutional quirk that a Reddit thread stumbled upon. This has had vast consequences for Native American communities. There is now, for lack of a better term, an epidemic of missing and murdered indigenous women across this country. There are over 5,000 indigenous women and girls missing across the United States right now. Violence against these communities are far higher than the national average, sometimes by a factor of 10. And Native American women are the only group of people in this country to be primarily victimized by a race other than their own. This has gotten significantly worse in recent years as transient oil workers have migrated through these communities, making their interactions with these Native Americans all but inevitable. These people can act with the utmost impunity. These are people who literally live on the reservations themselves, but still they cannot be tried by those reservations. I thought the zone of death was just a quirky little factoid. Something interesting to share to friends, to the intellectually curious.
It is genuinely insane that that is a real thing going on in America. That effectively because of these bizarre legal loopholes where people are given like, oh, it's about autonomy, but largely it's just to allow like gambling reservations to be, gambling sites to be built on reservations, right?
But it turns out there already is a zone of death. For many, this isn't a hypothetical. For these communities, the zone of death is already happening.
Yeah, my friend who was Australian told me indigenous people in Australia are way more likely to be beaten in custody, way more likely to be arrested.
In college, I learned about something called the zone of death.
Yeah. Really interesting. This country was founded on genocide. Yeah, 100%. It's why I think Obama's address to the Union, he said that the country had only made mistakes, if I remember correctly. In one of them, he's like, oh, we made mistakes, but it wasn't that bad, you know? Yeah. Same in Canada. Is it the exact same thing in Canada, that it's to do with reservations and the legality of that, or is it just a lack of regard for Canadian people? Because I know, in the sense of like, because I know in the sense of like a lot of channels who do true crime will make episodes where they talk about indigenous people and they're just like, this murder was never solved because of racism in part, and it's probably true. I don't know about New Zealand's natives. My knowledge of Aboriginals and indigenous people of the Australia is pretty poor, I'll be honest. I've read more about it's Patrick Wolf's major focus, so I've read bits and pieces. Like I read the first 100 pages. The only book that I've ever made a good investment in, Poetics of an Ethnographic Event. It is literally the only book I've ever bought and profited from. I still own it. I'm not selling it. It's called Settler Colonialism and the Transformation of Anthropology, the Politics and Poetics of an Ethnographic Event. I'm not sure I fully understood it when I read it, but it was a great investment. Yeah, it's now doubled in price. I'm a Sami Norwegian, and it's pretty much similar here, though less violent and more removal of land and stuff. Norwegian Gov wants to build windmills on Sami land, which we need for reindeer herding. I did not know that. I always forget that there are indigenous people in Norway. I always do forget that. There's Kanasatage is the place near Kanasatage. Kanasatage documentary. 1999 Indigenous Uprising, Canada. The Ochre Crisis. I watched a 2-hour documentary about this. The Kanasatake, it's crazy. It is genuinely crazy. It's really interesting. The Canadians were burning effigies of Indigenous people, by the way, in response to this. And the Indigenous people were protesting because the court was trying to build a golf course on their reservation land, and they were trying to remove pines that are incredibly important to the indigenous people there. And there was like a really long standoff between the two of them, and all of the indigenous people were like, yeah, we'll die for our land. Obviously that's martyr culture and it means they're evil, so yeah. Do they look like Erling Haaland? I would assume not. Haaland is some sort of a beast man. I'm not sure what is going on with that man. But yeah. And the indigenous women of Canada are similar to sex workers, assuming they are runaways, etc. Police don't bother looking for them. Wow, didn't know that. I knew that they were treated poorly, but I did not know that that was the specificity of it, that they're treated... I guess it's pretty obvious. Plattner didn't say sorry. He solely focused on how bad joining the military was for him and his friends. I don't even think that's true. I really don't agree with you there, because sometimes he was also like pretty positive about joining the military, such as that time where he was like, Susan Collins, that's not the freedom I went and fought for. So I don't even know if I agree if he was that apologetic, because at times he literally used it as something that was a boon to his politics. Neanderthals weren't white. Yeah, Haaland, that's why Haaland is some kind of beast gentleman. But yeah, I don't know enough about what's happening to Sami people. I'd only read about it a little bit. It's kind of like the settler colonialism going on in, the Western Sahara. I don't know enough about it. We have similar up in Alta controversy. Sami people are famously separatist because of how awful the Norwegian Gov treated us throughout history. Norwegianization of doctrine. Interesting. Very interesting. Missing murdered indigenous women and girls are insane. I think everyone should look up the topic. It's horrifying. Yeah, I think that's part of the reason that maybe I err on like the side of being like, oh, well, if you're the experience of being American is different because some people are indigenous, and obviously non-white people also have had very negative experiences, particularly black people, because of course historically they were brought over as slaves, but there's also a huge amount of other people who experience that, like guest workers, people who go to America to work and stuff. And especially because that migration once upon a time was just regular and completely normal, and then the US decided to criminalize it, which is fucking insane, frankly. And I think the lack of regard that the Americans have for like workers who come over and have really built their construction industry is fucking insane, to say the least. Norwegians eat puffins. Is that true? Is that how Haaland became so big? He ate up his puffins when he was a kid? Norwegian eating puffins. Today I learned they eat puffins in Norway. Okay, 12 years ago someone learned this. Dolphin steak and puffin. Extreme meats in the Faroe Islands. Inside Iceland's the island where they eat puffins. Maybe they're nice. I can't imagine actually eating a puffin is nice, but to each their own. Is awful to live in, constantly sick, though my ancestors have lived here for 1,200 years or so. 12,000 years. Wow, fucking crazy. Are puffins in Norway? Probably up north there are. I have no idea. Haaland's father was also, yeah, his father was in it. Alfie Inger Haaland, who got his leg broken by Roy Keane in what was a ultimately disgusting tackle. It was actually fucking insane, to be fair. I've never ever eaten a puffin and never heard of anything eating puffins. Yeah, I feel like it's a specific tradition in certain places. Some birds are tasty. Yeah, look what a puffin looks like. I can't even imagine it has much meat on it. It's probably very unpleasant. I've eaten puffins and dolphin in the Faroe Islands before it was weirdly fishy and really dark. It was fairly good though. The Faroese people all seem depressed, but the islands are gorgeous. Are they? That's where it was saying puffins are eaten, so that's actually pretty standard. Yeah. Keane did nothing wrong. I feel like that's pretty hard to say that it's that Keane did nothing wrong. Australia has kangaroo. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's, you know, it's the degrees of this thing. It's like, oh my God, people balk at people eating certain things, but it's like, yeah, most of us eat meat. I know some of us don't, but a lot of us eat meat. And I feel like it's like when people obsess over halal slaughter, it's like you eat meat, like most of the meat you eat, especially when you eat it from somewhere that's selling cheap meat, that meat is going to be treated absolutely horrifically. If you're so obsessed with halal slaughter, stop eating meat then. I don't really think you have much of a leg to stand on if you do. Yeah. By the way, I saw someone earlier talking about when people are like, Islam invaded Iran, is like saying that, you know, if the UK isn't pagan, it means that Christianity invaded our country. You can get a kangaroo burger in Bristol. I'm sure you can. I'll check that out. I'm gonna, seeing as I was actually thinking, because I haven't eaten the strawberry pasta yet, my strawberry pasta that I'm gonna eat is gonna be on the 1st of September. I'll do it then, provided what day it is, but I'll do it at that point, because that's technically when the member goal is over. Well, we've already hit it, but yeah, we have 11 days to go, so I'm up in the member goal. We have to hit 10,000 for me to eat strawberry pasta now. So you can't hunt puffins. Well, that's not going to stop me. Do people know what black pudding is? Yeah, I know what black pudding is. It's gross. It is genuinely disgusting. I really just do not like it. I've eaten it once in my life in recent years, and I found it gross. Chris, do you remember when Maddie said Hind Rajab didn't exist? What will she say now Israel has actually admitted? I made a TikTok about this. I find the Maddie thing more shocking in the sense of, if you want to see how bad Israeli propaganda has gotten, Maddie is genuinely someone who has met Benjamin Netanyahu. If you go Google it, there are literally photos of her with Benjamin Netanyahu. She is not some... Because I remember someone was like, a friend was like, oh, I'm not even sure you should engage with her. And I appreciate that totally. She has literally met Benjamin Netanyahu. She is a full-on paid-up propagandist. I hate black pudding. It's gross. I've eaten rabbit once and it was fine. I had it in a traditional restaurant in... where was it? In Tuscany. In Florence. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these people are behaving insanely. A lot of these people are behaving insanely. Like, Andrew Fox is another one who's really guilty of this. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a British propagandist, and all these people who are soldiers who use their personal...
Welcome to the Burger Reich.
They use their position as a way to basically be like, oh, I know about Palestine, but they're often like insane sycophants when it comes to Israel. Hey, Fit TT, thank you for the one gifted. Thank you for supporting the channel as always. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. My goat. And Bayaz was right. Enjoy the gifted sub. Enjoy it. My man Fit, as always. Taha, my goat. Tripe is the most terrifying thing to me. Yeah, I'm not eating that. I don't like pate even. Chicken liver pate always grossed me out. She's mentally ill. See, I don't know what's up with a lot of these people. I really don't. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff on the internet are clearly just not normal and clearly are not functioning, or there is something just deeply, deeply, deeply problematic going on with them. And the stuff involving like doing Israeli propaganda and lying like that, I think actually the truth is once you start lying, it just doesn't really matter anymore. You can just keep on fucking lying. The only pate I used to eat was the one that comes in a sausage shape from the Polish shop. The idea of having the national Polish... Oh, God. Czernina. Polish blood soup. It looks grotesque. What's that Irish meat soup thing? The Irish meat thing? What's that? Lying is indeed OP. I think it's just when you start with a lie. I think the problem with supporting Israel is it's premised on a lie. I think the whole notion that Israel isn't colonial is straight up one of the biggest lies imaginable. It's also flies in the face of Israeli history in the sense of how Israel was actually sold to America was not as some like anti-colonial project. It was quite literally sold to America as, yeah, we are a colonial project just like you were, and we're actually like better than you were at it, and that's why you should support us, and that's why tons of Americans should. Also, whoever recommended Radio War Nerd, their episode, I ended up paying for it. So that's what, guys, if you're ever wondering what your Patreons go to, it's paying for, no, sorry, not Patreons, your memberships. It's paying for Radio War Nerd to produce even better content. The episode with, on the Iran war was pretty good. I really enjoyed that. With Amerikaniec, which is not really, I didn't realize that's how you said it. And I also thought that the other one that was okay was the one about Israel's lobby, which I was really confused because there's a guy which I assumed is just Ian Lustig, this name, but apparently it's Ian Lustig and Eli Clifton, and they were just talking about Israel's lobby. Very interesting stuff. Enjoyed that. Actually, that was worse than the other one, but I enjoyed the one with Amerikaniec was really good. Morning gamers, my ex-landlord called me a bitch because I asked for itemized service with receipts. Yeah, we're not getting our deposit back. One time I lived in this house and I got my deposit back, even though it was one of the most damaged houses I lived in. There were like actual problems with it. The only reason we got our deposit back is because we didn't make a complaint, which we definitely could have. Because I told them, I was like, hey guys, the carpet's wet in the basement. And they were like, oh yeah, whatever. And then one day we went down into the basement and it was like, I don't know, shin deep water. And we were like, yeah, it's completely flooded. And you guys, we told you about it and you've done nothing about it, which is crazy. And we could have definitely got money back. But yeah, it's so much effort. It should be, tenants union, probably should have done a tenants union, would have taught me at least some stuff. I wouldn't underlay the power of evangelical Zionism. Even my UK parents were conditioned by God TV US preachers. I think Zach Foster was talking about this the other day. He claimed that the thing is my understanding of there is a guy who I think is really important in terms of Zionism, which is a guy called Shabbatai Tzvi, but you don't really hear him mentioned. He was like, yeah, he is an interesting character. I don't quite remember his stuff about him. He's not very consequential for the project of Israel now, but he's mentioned in a book called The Idea of Israel.
In the 1640s, you had this movement founded in England known as the Restorationist movement. Christians around Europe, they were inspired by Martin Luther, and they realized that they don't need the Catholic priests to interpret the Bible for them. They could read the Bible themselves.
Do you know this is actually one of the major advents of the printing press? I'd highly recommend, if anyone's interested, Benedict Anderson's work, Imagine Communities. If you ever do a module about nationalism in the UK, they will talk to you about this. Benedict Anderson's book, Imagine Communities, is basically about the printing press and how that created... It basically creates the conception of modern nations, and the internet has definitely factored into this in a different way. But before that, people just weren't connected. And one of the major things was that it actually allowed people to have the Bible printed in their own languages. So their engagement with God was no more having sermons in Latin. It was whatever the hell they wanted it to be. Really interesting. My dad's Catholic and is way more of a Zionist than my Jewish mother. It's weird. That doesn't surprise me.
Selves. We don't need our own theology and our own text to be mediated by this priestly class. We can read the text ourselves and understand their plain meaning. And as a result, they started digging through the Bible and they found, Genesis chapter 12, Deuteronomy, all these passages talking about the return of the Israelites. They're reading it and they're like, aha, the Bible says in Deuteronomy, it says the Israelites are going to return to Palestine. And they believe this is true. So we need to revive, rebuild, reestablish, reconstitute a Jewish commonwealth in the land of Palestine. And that ideology is pushed to the sidelines at the end of the 17th century when these restorationists lose power in England. And you don't see another revival, let's say, until Napoleon in 1799 when he invades Palestine because he's facing heavy resistance in Palestine, right? You have these local Ottoman fiefdoms, Jazar Pasha and others, and they're quite fierce and they resist Napoleon's attempt to invade.
Sometimes I really do realize the stupidity of debating. Like, I really do realize the stupidity of debating when you like hear someone like Zach Foster talk about this. Sucks that AI slop is used in this video. Is it? I couldn't even tell. I'm too busy listening to Rubbers by Phoenix Flexing, my favorite.
La Boo.
Definitely not AI. Zionism plus prosperity gospel plus amateur theology. Yeah, That's a thing Ilan Pape said about like how people talk about Zionism. A lot of these people were just men of the book is the description of how it was. Men of the book who like really, they were men of the book who really believed in the idea. Bible sales went up massively when people went to Palestine, British soldiers for the first time.
Palestine.
And thank you, Thomas, for the donation. As always, thank you for supporting the channel. It's incredibly kind.
So in order to try to bring about support for his...
I also don't actually know if I agree with you. Christian Zionists might be the most cuck people on the planet. You don't even benefit from Israel's apartheid, moron. Why are you defending it? The thing is indirectly they do in terms of what their project is, because... what pragmatists in the 80s amongst the Israelis used to say was like, without us, you would have a ton of rising like movements that you wouldn't actually be able to deal with. So the movements they wouldn't be able to deal with were obviously like Hezbollah, and these groups would have grown in power and probably been able to force the Americans out of the region much more quickly, or would have even just provided a way larger headache. And what Israel provided was like a disciplinary structure of being able to go in and bomb them without the tension created by US boots on the ground. Because I think it's Seth Anziska talks about this. A lot of what led to the Beirut barracks bombing was American soldiers being in Beirut and their betrayal around Sabra and Shatila, because the other major thing about Sabra and Shatila was there was a promise that they would protect Palestinian civilians after the PLO were kicked out. And yeah, so I think it's like they kind of do benefit from it in terms of the continuation of the American empire.
Invasion, including among the local Jewish population in Palestine at the time. He calls for the establishment of a Jewish Commonwealth in Palestine. Of course, nothing materializes from that invasion, but you get this movement in England now in the 19th century, a revival of that same restorationist movement beginning in the 19th century. And you have not like one or two or three, but I'm talking dozens and dozens of priests, pastors, theologians, scholars, writers, travelers who are talking about reviving a Jewish state in Palestine in the 1830s and 40s. You even have the Prime Minister of Britain himself, Lord Palmerston, along with a number of others. You have, for example, a British consul sitting in Damascus who in 1840 publishes a manifesto calling for a Jewish state in Palestine. And when I was in the Ottoman archives in Istanbul, I found this exact manifesto that was published in English. So the Ottomans are well aware of what...
Do you know what's really interesting about the Ottoman archives? This is a little factoid for you. The Ottoman archives aren't even in modern Turkish, so they're often really, really, really inaccessible because they're actually in Old Turkish written in the Arabic script. So, well, I think it's called Ottoman Turkish, right? If I remember correctly, but they're just really hard to access.
What's happening? These are card-carrying, Bible-believing Christians, and they all believe in this restorationist vision. Many of them are Protestants, and many of them believe that at the end of days, there will be a second coming of Christ. But in order for that to happen, the Jews need to congregate in Palestine, and that will help bring about this second coming of Jesus Christ. And that's this millenarianist, restorationist, today evangelical view.
It's also, the only thing that's different is, in my understanding, I listened to some like Christian history podcast, and they were talking about how different evangelical Christianity is. I don't know if any of you in here are like practicing Christians, but apparently that view around the rapture, that certain people will be saved by God, is something that actually would not have been accepted by Christians, really not from America. That the notion would be God would still punish everyone and they'd go to heaven, I think. Whereas in the rapture, it's like, no, good Christians are saved, which is very much an American thing. They also kept saying Trump was the Antichrist in this thing. Yeah. And I think it is, an evangelical thing. I'm so tired of religion. I think this is the thing. I don't really like to generalize that religion is either good or bad, but unfortunately, most ends of religion have been pretty negative, and they're largely, the scripture is largely used and abused as a means to, as basically a means to further horrifying, disgusting projects. The rapture isn't even in the Bible. Yeah. Wait. Evangelical explains why he needs private jet. Did any of you see the video of the evangelical explaining why? There it is. Watch this video, it's crazy.
I'm not missing that dedication in Jerusalem. Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. And Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Well, my question then, what okay.
I saw this through this tweet that said, how can you look at his eyes and not be convinced he's a demon? A truly incredible video. Who is he? Who is this guy?
I love burgers!
Oh, Ross Publica, I had to buy a plane. Why do you think I'm asking you to donate? I had to buy the plane. I needed to go to Israel. That's why I needed the damn plane, to get myself to Israel. Speaking of Israel, you know who's been talking good? Darlene Graham, my queen, Lindsay's little sister. Darlene, my little Darlene. But thank you, Ross Publica, for 3 months. Incredibly kind. Honestly, supporting the channel is so great. I'm so appreciated as always. Have a listen to this.
Senator, if you want to respond, or we can move on. It's your choice.
La boo-boo.
Okay, we'll move on. All right.
Should I need to up this volume, I think, a little bit. My little Darlene, she carrying the flame for me. Damn the Keebler elf. Who the hell is the Keebler elf? Thanks, Thomas, but who the hell is that? My Christian preacher dad, the shit he believes is wild. Yeah, I know. Have a listen to this.
Okay, go ahead. On the national security question as well, Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, so...
My brother Lindsay, he was always handling the national security. Who the hell is that? The Keebler elf? Who is this gentleman? Kind of looks a bit like Lindsey Graham before he passed away. Why is part of... By the way, actually, on a serious note, the South China Sea, I know obviously what you're saying, but it is actually even more of a concern than it is even more of a concern than the Strait of Hormuz if the South China Sea is closed. And so why it's a security concern is America should stay the hell away from that. They should stay away from that. Do not provoke China. Allow China to carry on with its business.
But I do support the military. My brother was...
I be supporting the military. Darlene, my brother loved the military. He loved those strong military boys. He was always meeting up with them on weekends. And he didn't have a wife and stuff, so those military boys, they always kept him company.
In the Air Force for 33 years. So I will do everything I can to support the military.
By the way, did you know as well, her brother was a lawyer in the Air Force? He wasn't, like, in the military. So, yeah.
My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Congressman, I'll give you a chance to respond, and I'm sure he recognizes that...
Taiwan's a definite ally. And, we have a trading relationship with them that is beneficial to the United States, chips being one of them, and others. So what the...
Darlene Graham's like, my brother loved chips. He was always eating them when he was in the hotel rooms with his young friends.
What the president is doing right is he's enabling Taiwan to defend themselves against China. But it's peace through strength that he's showing with Iran that China, Russia, others are looking at it so that they don't want to deal with America, and that's why they haven't attacked Taiwan. If they had some weak Democrat in office like Biden or another Obama, yeah, they'd take it over. But we can't let that happen. We got to take a strong, a peace through strength is working.
China, by the way, could pretty obviously take it, but they're not going to, I don't think. I don't think they are actually interested in doing it. We'll see. I'm not sure they are. I'm not sure they will, but I don't know. What was I going to search? Yeah, she was also... she was on... Darlene Graham was, like, explaining her thoughts. I can't find the interview, but she was out explaining her... She was out explaining her thoughts. There's another incredible statement here.
So my question overall is, during the debate you had with Ralph Norman last night, you had answered a question about Taiwan and the South China Sea and whether it being a national security issue for the United States. And to your reply, you said that you were uninformed or not informed on national security issues, but that you support the military. And my question is, are there any concerns about credibility in the U.S. Senate for someone who doesn't have the experience in issues like national security or for issues like geopolitics and things like that? Because there are votes that go towards...
To be honest, I think this kid is dumb as fuck. What you need to realize is, especially now, politicians do not give a shit about international issues. They don't even know anything. The LA mayoral debate yesterday was insane. The DSA candidate, Nithya Raman said that she disagreed with the DSA national for wanting to kill all Jews, while the mayor led a boo chant when Zohran Mamdani's name was shouted. Nice.
Funding wars or declaring wars. And if you're a deciding vote in that factor, how can we trust as constituents that you'll make the right decision if you're not informed on national security issues at this moment in time?
That's a fair question, right? But I answered it honestly because I'm not a national security expert. Lindsay was, right? Because
he was. Lindsay knew everything about where those young boys were stationed. He loved the boys. Hence why he knew so much
about national security. You know why? He spent 33 years in the Air Force. He had a military background. So he had a lot of foreign relations, and that was his focus. To me, as I've walked around this room and I've asked people, are y'all concerned about Taiwan? You know what they said? No. They're concerned about the price of groceries, the price of gas, rising health care costs. Is national security important? Absolutely. Can I learn? I'm smart. Yes, I'll learn. I'll become informed. Everybody has a first day on the job. President Trump, was he a politician? Has he done a good job? Yes, he has.
How do you get the tick next to your channel? But yeah, the Keebler elf is a little fruity. Yeah, he's a little zesty, but who knows? Who knows? He's a nice guy, I'm sure. Have you covered the news about the Filton 6? No, I didn't even. I don't want to talk today. I don't want to talk about my morning of. So I am not exaggerating, I had 7 megabytes download speed this morning. It got to the point where I could not open anything. And I turned my hub on and off, nothing. I then unplugged it at the mains and it fixed it. But I still there's someone coming tomorrow to help me, but I am not shitting you. I was trying to open a page and it did not work. It did not work at all. Like, I could not load a fucking page. Pretty sure there's more onboarding for McDonald's than there is for Congress, unironically. I mean, quite possibly, yeah. I don't doubt that, to be honest. But yeah, Darlene seems to have been doing some media tour, and you know, little Lindsay would be proud. And she gave explanation why she got things wrong.
And to be fair, if people want to judge you on the South China Sea and Taiwan, okay, I think that's fair. But I bet, based on all your time with your brother, that you know probably everything about the Middle East, because he went on one trip after another to every country in the Middle East. And I know.
Oh, here we go. Here's the full clip. In fantastic. Also, by the way, I am heading towards the end of the Hitler book now. I'm like heading towards page 700. It is truly incredible. And I, like, when you read it, if anyone ever has the opportunity or has the interest in reading Ian Kershaw's biography, I don't know why I'm mentioning this now. Actually, I'm mentioning it in the context of Trump. The zenith of power that Hitler falls from and ends up, you know, dead in a bunker is truly one of the most incredible things. Like, there's points in which this book where I obviously know that he loses, but you're there like, oh my fucking god, how does this happen? Like, the fact that he just went in to France and won everything so fucking quickly, it is just fucking unbelievable. It is unbelievable. And I mean, no, I like, you know, you read also about the horrors that they were inflicting on people, and it's just like how far it goes, like how it goes from this zenith to just nothing, to just nothingness, but also still a belief in the fact that they're going to win somehow. But you do see the kernels of it failing, but it's just, yeah. I'm close to halfway through. Thanks for the recommendation. Are you enjoying it, Lil Fridge? Because I've got to be honest. I really actually have enjoyed it. And I know I often actually feel, Jules, I know you mentioned this about like reading theory. I feel like I glean much more from theory, but I've read so much theory over the last few years that it's kind of like now, okay, I kind of want to read some history. And my God, it is a really good book. It's taken me ages to read because I just read at bedtime, and also I spend my time reading so much other shit, but yeah, it's fantastic. It's literally just called the name of a certain German dictator who was not very pleasant. The French were using horses still, to be fair. Yeah, but even then, it's also the other interesting point that I read the other day was that he could have, in Dunkirk, if he'd destroyed the British Expeditionary Forces, he probably could have imposed peace. Having Ford backing you in meth helps. Well, I did learn one of the most famous books about that is Blitzed by, I don't know who it's by, but Blitzed is a little bit cheeky because Blitz uses this photo of a certain German leader, Mr. Hitler, here. The reason he looks like this in this photo is because that's after he just got his trousers blown off. Yeah. I haven't seen the Mussolini series. I know that Hitler was really, really, really pissed at him because Mussolini tried to get involved in France, like, just after they conquered it. I watched the last episode of No Politic Here. Nabil, I'm glad you enjoyed it very much. The only problem is it's one of those episodes where a lot of Moroccans tell us we're categorically wrong, that we don't know anything. I'm gonna be honest, it was very obvious that Donald knew everything. Yeah, I kept calling him Dom Hall, but it's Donald, isn't it? Okay, let's have a listen to how Darlene be doing. Cause she carrying the flame of little Lindsay. Little Lindsay was a great boy.
Tonight, there is no doubt that the rise of socialism in the Democratic Party is happening everywhere across the country. It's not just even in Florida. Well, 40 states since 2019, and you have over 250 DSA members that have been...
No. Hitler in that photo got blown. That's when they did... Is it Stauffenberg? Did the bomb... I haven't reached that point yet. But the bomb plot against Hitler was at that point. There was actually a bomb plot, 1939, beer hall bomb. You know, there was like some random guy called Georg Elser, Johann Georg Elser. I had forgotten this. I don't even know if this was mentioned. So there were loads of like high Nazi officials who were plotting how to get rid of Hitler because they were like, he's going to take us to war. This is fucked. This guy just randomly made a bomb and dug a hole in the Bergerbrau Keller, which is the most famous beer hall in Munich. If you ever go, you'll probably go to it. I think it's the most famous one. Keller, yeah. It's just the most famous beer hall. This guy dug it, but because Hitler was prepping for war, they ended up leaving early and the bomb went off and it would have got Hitler. It would have got him. No one else was involved. This random guy. And I think he did it because in part he was like, oh, Hitler's not good for workers. But it is it's a pity. It's a real pity. Now wear a seersucker suit like Nathan Robinson. As I've said, I need to get more wear out of my suit, but it's been too hot. It is incredible that this happened, that this guy almost did it. They also kept him alive for ages. They kept this guy alive for fucking ages. Right. Let's have a look.
And they are over.
By the way, I would actually say that this is not PR. Obviously, yeah, sure, they're making they're trying to make the it seems like they're trying to make the DSA look better. But one thing I will add is that this is actually just, pretty troubling in the sense of it does kind of feel like maybe this administration won't do it, but a later administration will use the groundwork that was laid here to punish basically anyone who shows solidarity with Palestine and to use this in an incredibly troubling authoritarian manner.
40 on the ballot this midterm. Take a look.
Zayad, you're very interested in me flexing, so sure, here you go. Look. I wish I could show you my back, because it looks fantastic right now. I was looking at it the other day, and I was admiring it. But hold on, let me just have a look. There we go. Look. I'm bigger than I was probably when I last did this a lot, but yeah. It's when I'm wearing my blue vest. You know what time it is.
Where are these winds happening? Is there a specific area, or what are you seeing with the numbers?
Yeah, okay, you might just say, oh, this is just a phenomenon in the Northeast. This is part of the Acela corridor. This is just an
hold on, let me turn this up.
urban phenomenon. No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Where DSA candidates won primaries for Congress, they're all Democrats. Yeah, you got 3 in New York.
Yeah, I mean, Hobsbawm talked about that, about how... Hobsbawm talked about how a lot of these people, when there was a crisis, that they basically turned towards socialism. That's what kind of the post-war consensus was in Europe, that socialist sort of practices of having a welfare state, national healthcare, would be able to save capitalism from the kind of crisis that Nazism was. Yeah. Vid really quiet, Brad. Oh, come on, you yellows. Look what I've just done. Think before you speak. It's been turned up, okay? I think it should be okay. Let me know if you want it up more. I might even turn it up more of my own accord, because that's how tough I am these days.
But you got 2 in Michigan, you got 1 in Colorado, you got 1 in Florida last night running for the Senate, and you got 1 in Pennsylvania. So this is not just a Northeast phenomenon in terms of these DSA candidates who are winning primaries. Yes, they are primarily in urban areas, but they are happening across the map.
Coast to coast.
No, don't apologize. I'm joking. I read some stuff on Erwin Rommel, and he was, of course, a very problematic person on a string of different stuff, but also very different in his views on stuff compared to other people in his position in the country at the time. He was also the one executed for trying to kill their dictator, among us. I mean, the thing that I'm kind of realizing, the more you read it, is there were just like straight up people who were, and I kind of knew this anyway, there were obviously people who were way more committed to the more repugnant stuff than others. The problem is that they all did know and they went along with it. There were even some people in the military who were like, right, we really do not agree with this, and stood up quite early on. Obviously, they just got dismissed because they were too much of heroes. Oh shit. I didn't show anything. Did I? I accidentally just showed that my antivirus is up to date, so I apologize for that. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah.
40 states right now impacted by this, more to come. A vote for any Democrat anywhere not named John Fetterman will bring America closer to that socialist communist.
One second. That is incredible.
La Boo-Boo.
Wait. Whoops. Whoops. I'm just checking something. Canaris. I don't know who Canaris is. Who is Canaris? A German admiral. Oh, was he some kind of opponent? Initially a supporter, Canaris turned against Hitler and committed acts of passive resistance following the German invasion of Poland. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough about him.
Phony utopia, which really is a nightmare, and that includes the great state of South Carolina. Here with more on her race is South Carolina Senator Darlene Graham. Great to have you. You know, it's kind of ironic. You know, when I interviewed you, I kind of got a kick out of the fact that you were very quick to say, I'm not my brother, but I do want to finish the work that he started. And you said, but you used to get on your brother because I used to get on your brother. He drove me crazy.
To be fair, everyone was getting on Lindsay. You know, if you know what I'm saying. Everyone wanted a piece of Lindsay.
You know, I'm like, can you please focus on issues that impact the people of South Carolina? And every time I put him on, he only wanted to talk foreign policy. So last night you have a debate. Now, you've been thrown into a situation. The president of our country asked you to run and fill in for your brother, and your governor asked you to take that position. And you have been very clear about the issues you stand on. And, you know, you are for gun control.
With the DSA, isn't it so decentralized that there are some, like, all-right chapters of it? Because James Ray, Good Vibe Politic, I know is a member of the DSA, and doesn't seem to think like a lot of other people in the DSA, especially around Palestine-related stuff, and is a pretty based character. But yeah.
You're against biological men playing women's sports. You want lower taxes. You supported Todd Blanche for the Senate. You support the SAVE Act. You know, on many issues.
God, to be honest, it is incredible with all of the issues that we face in our current life that this is what Fox News reels off. That Darlene Graham is who we must support because she supports protecting women's sports. Fantastic. There's a quote from Theodore Herzl that's something along the lines of, it is fantastical with what little intelligence men are governed. It is truly fantastical with what little intelligence Americans are governed.
Because you're more conservative than Lindsay. And so this issue of Taiwan came up last night. And I know people have made a big deal about it. And I'm like, I wonder how many people around the country, if I gave them a map, could pick out Taiwan. I don't think many. And not just in, I mean, the whole country, never mind South Carolina.
Right. I think you're 100% right, Sean. And, you know, I tripped up on one question last night regarding Taiwan. But, you know, I've said many times, I'm not a politician, certainly not a career politician. I don't speak politician. I was just honest, and I think that's kind of a foreign concept. But I talked to several people today. I traveled around the state, and they said, we appreciated the fact that you were honest. And I did say several times that, China is our enemy, our military and economic threat to the United States. Of course, Taiwan is our friend. But I think people in South Carolina are more worried about making ends meet. They're concerned about boys and girls sports. One lady talked.
I also really enjoy how she's like, oh, people are really concerned about making ends meet. But it's like, all your brother did was go to Ukraine and Israel all the time, every weekend. At least I was honest about knowing nothing. That is true, because I would say the more galling thing is how many European and also American, like centrist, center-left people pretend that they're the moral arbiters on Palestine who know better than the crazy people talking about it in the streets because they talk about a two-state solution.
To me extensively about that today. They're concerned about the Second Amendment. They're concerned about the Save America Act, illegal immigration. So they're concerned about a lot of other things other than Taiwan.
Yeah, and to be fair, if people want to judge you on the South China Sea and Taiwan, okay, I think that's fair. But I bet, based on all your time with your brother, that you know probably everything about the Middle East, because he went on one trip after another to every country in the Middle East. And I know you know a lot about Europe and the Ukraine-Russia situation, because he went to Ukraine more than any other senator. And you even said in our interview that you were going to focus more on domestic issues.
My brother loved the Save America Act almost as much as he loved the military men. He loved them in a total normally way. Who was it that wanted a 10-state? They want an 8-state solution. By the way, that's actually closer to current reality than a 2-state solution. Genuinely, if you talk about a 2-state solution, it is pointless. You are literally just... the trick that these people play is pretending that there's so much complexity about achieving a 1-state solution. I question any of these people to bring about I question any of these people to talk about a two-state solution and explain how we get it in just upholding basic international law. By the way, Israel is now claiming, using AI once again, that Hamas is using Khan Yunis, the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis, as a central military infrastructure.
Than your brother did. I mean, you were very clear.
Absolutely. I know national security is important. We have a wonderful commander-in-chief. I know that we need to stand with the Israel, and the issues in Iran are serious. I understand all that. But again, I'm focused on the issues for everyday people in South Carolina that are struggling to make ends meet. So that's where I really want to focus. Another concern from the debate I have last night is my opponent said he was going to cut Social Security. That's very concerning to me. He also talked about creating a pathway for illegal immigrants. So that's another concern I have.
Yeah. Why are you concerned about that?
Well, he's not a Trump supporter either. By the way, President Trump has so much confidence in you. He is going to campaign on your behalf in Myrtle Beach, I believe on Friday, right?
One of the major problems of Trump 2.0, and I feel like Darlene Graham is really, really, really indicative of this. Like, Lindsey Graham was an idiot, like, really, really stupid guy. But at the same time, at least he did actually go to these places. This is just pure incompetence, and she will probably get in, because Thomas Massie, people talk about the money spent. Thomas Massie was able to raise the same amount, right? And I'm sure that only really that it played with old people about Thomas Massie being an anti-Semite, if that was even part of the campaign, wasn't really following it that closely. But the major thing is like this lady is just going to be backed by a Trump endorsement, which matters to Trump supporters, even though she's so dumb.
Absolutely. We are so excited about him coming to Myrtle Beach. You know, South Carolina absolutely loves President Trump. We're looking forward to it. Everybody's so excited. So we can't wait for it. We're going to have a wonderful rally in Myrtle Beach. So looking forward to it, absolutely.
All right, Darlene, we appreciate your time being with us. I do miss your brother. I talk to him every night. And he did talk too much about foreign policy. And I used to say, talk about something else, please.
I talk to your brother. I talk to your brother every night. But approximately at 10 p.m., he'd send me a voice note saying, I gotta go check on the boys. I gotta go check on the military boys who came to Ukraine with me. I gotta see how they is doing.
But we miss him.
I told him the same thing. I told him, yeah, same thing.
I know, he'd never listen.
I miss him.
You know, Tim Scott would tell him too. I'm like, oh. All right, Darlene, thank you. All right, coming up, big moves from President Trump on the world stage, from Latin America to Asia, including a possible meeting. Oh, little Rocket Man is back. Oh, you know a lot about Europe. And
I love her. I love her. She's brilliant. She is the future. She is the future of the Republican Party. Good morning, lovelies. Good morning, E-Honey Clown. Hope you're doing well. As always, anyone new over on Twitch, if you got a Prime, you got to throw that shit my way, or else there will be consequences. A couple of things I would like to do today. So we've still got a lot to carry on with. There was something... Oh, yeah, Trump was saying something. I enjoyed this. There's a supercut of Trump talking yesterday. I very much enjoy his presidency. I will say that much.
It's a million-year life. It's a very strong stone. It will never break. It will never leak. It will never do anything. This is the highest quality stone you can get, and especially for...
The Rocket Man is Kim Jong-un, which is part of this video.
Something like this. It's rated a million-year plus. That means it has a million-year life. Can you imagine that? It's 35,000 pounds per square inch. If you look at hard concrete is 5,000 pounds. This is 35,000. So nature is stronger than what the human can produce. It's really pretty amazing. It comes from California, from a quarry in California, and it's a very special stone. This is also used. This carries on out into the helipad. The pad is out there now. It's very close to being finished. The hard work is done. The beautiful work is finished. They're putting the granite top on. And the granite top says, the seal of the United States of America. That's the exact term. If you look at the seals of the presidents, the seal of the President of the United States of America, meaning the
Do you know what's interesting? They were talking on that episode of Radio Warnerd about the Israel lobby. They were talking about how many US presidencies have just been defined by stupidity around Israel and them just kind of doing what Israel wanted. Kind of incredible. Trump is yet another person who's fallen victim to that, perhaps in the most outrageous way of going to war with Iran.
President is in the White House. This is for many presidents. This is for many presidents. They will have it for a long time. Put in, if you come back in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's in shock. But you come back in 2 or 3 weeks, this has all been redone. It's all been topsoiled. In other words, we put topsoil, brand new earth on top. Very, lot of good ingredients in that earth for grass. If you're grass, you're very happy. And this grass will look so beautiful. If you remember, it had big sunken areas in here, and it was pretty bad. It was in bad shape. Beautiful new roadway. They get out of the car and they walk down this path.
Wasn't he ordered to have to stop construction on this? How is he still building it?
Onto that, and they can have cocktails and everything outside of the White House, and then they go into the ballroom. Even the military, they can use it like that, and we have the ballroom is so much a military component with the drones and the bomb shelters and everything else that we have in there. So it's really, that started off as a ballroom. And before we started work, the military came to see me and they say, sir, we have an opportunity to do something incredible here. And we've been trying to do it for 100 years, but we've never had an opportunity like that. So I had to make that decision. And I said, look, go ahead, design what you want.
Yeah, it's something from Trump's real estate era, right? You just kind of do things, establish facts on the ground, and then once the facts are established, then you kind of just force your opponent to accept it. He used to do this during the real estate era, and he does it as president of the United States. He does shit and then expects people to accept facts on the ground, and a lot of the time they do accept that. They just kind of are like, okay, yeah.
And that goes down 5 stories. You know, it goes down almost 65 feet. This will take any kind of shot. But it's something we really needed badly for the helicopters, but we get a secondary use, and that's, we can have some beautiful events here, including the greeting of people from foreign countries. They'll be very impressed. Right now, they're not impressed when they see coming in on asphalt, and they're not impressed. It was never very impressive, but they're going to go the opposite. And one of the reasons, by the way, for the last number of years,
Yeah, Trump was meant to stop it. The Supreme Court ordered that he stopped it, but he's just doing what the Israelis do, which is basically the Trump Department of Justice says it doesn't matter people think the ballroom is ugly, but what he's doing is just Trump will end up doing this, and then eventually people will just accept that it was done.
Tents have been used because tents are very dangerous. Tents are made out of plastic or canvas, and they don't stop even the smallest of ammunition or bullets, not even the smallest. Ours will stop. You take AK-47s, you take the most powerful, it laughs at it. It laughs at it. I was saying to one of the military guys, how does it do with an AK-47? He goes, up, meaning it can take a lot, including drones. So I thought this would be, everybody, very much. Thank you.
Are you exchanging written letters with Kim Jong-un?
Can't tell you that. But I get along with him. And you know what? The fact that I get along with him, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. He has 57 very powerful nuclear weapons. Should have never allowed it to happen. They should have never allowed it. If I were president, I wouldn't have allowed it. But he's got them. I get along with him very well. I can't let...
North Korea got nukes through secret agreements with Pakistan, right? I'm sure that the US knew it was happening and they just realized they couldn't have done anything, and he won't be able to fucking do anything either. None of them would, but I guess if you're just saying I could have done something, it's yeah. No one is using 47s anymore. Why do we still say that? Because it could stop the bullets. That's the only thing Americans know, AK-47s.
Iran have a nuclear weapon. And I know Kim Jong-un very well, and he's going to be fine. As long as we have a smart president, he's going to be fine. If we have a dumb president, then he's probably not going to be so fine.
Are you expecting to meet with him later this year?
Yeah, I will be.
Mr. President.
About what?
Reopen negotiations.
Maybe at some point, but right now, I think the situation is so good, but maybe at some point. Look, it's very simple. They have to get rid of completely, they have to get rid of no nuclear weapons. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know why? Because they'd use it. And we're not going to let them use it. So Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
They also, on Amerikanyets pointed this out, and we all know this anyway, but you know it's always been that Israeli intelligence is the one who continually says, oh my god, yeah, they have nuclear weapons. Oh my god, there's nuclear weapons. We have to stop them having nuclear weapons. Even though over and over again, American intelligence says Iran's not building a nuclear weapon, and then they just source it out to fucking Israel, and they end up in this dumb situation. By the way, Trita Parsi was saying, in his opinion, that, yeah, this is gonna go back to war, like, there is gonna be a war again, because if articles are to be believed, the US is now sending 10 VLLCs through the Strait of Hormuz on the sending them through on the Omani corridor, and they're getting through a lot of oil under American escorts. They're also not giving a shit about when Iran strikes the ships, because there are some companies willing to risk it and make money. But the major problem is, and this will be a major problem because we're currently facing this fucking polycrisis situation, is the US is basically not getting phosphate or liquefied natural gas through the Strait of Hormuz. They can't get it through there. So Iran knows that there's a polycrisis going on with heat in Europe, and also the producers of things like coffee and chocolate, which will have massive effects in Western society and send things send things up and up and up and up and up and up and up in price, creating more inflation, more pressure in Western society. Iran knows this, so they're probably gambling on that. But there are people talking, you're right, about Iran planning an offensive that will include striking parts of Europe, potentially, though, just Akrotiri. I think it's Akrotiri in Cyprus. Or that's probably one of the ones they'd be focused on, and one in Bulgaria as well, apparently, just military bases. But obviously we hear about how Iran's going to blow up Europe because that's how our media is. An isolationist America would be a net positive. Yeah, I mean, the only time where America's been isolationist, it was like net negative, but right now it's much more, it should be an isolationist state. That's where, like, right now, you're right. The amount of countries it's imperializing, it's just unfortunate during the Second World War initially, and with Hitler, trying to seize Europe, that they were isolationist, and also during the First World War for the longest time. But they still allowed their banks to invest hugely in the Allied cause, so... how will the war on Iran affect the Labubu market? Awfully, mate. You can only get your Chris Kunstler Labubu for $4.99, so that's where I'd be getting my Labubus at. Do you think the Democrats will do a Nixon in China with Iran and have Newsom, AOC, Kana visit Tehran to sign a peace treaty? I doubt they will do it, but they should. No, I don't think they'll do it. This is bipartisan policy. The truth is the Democrats were always too scared to do it because they knew it would be a fucking disaster and that Trump would run on a policy of no new wars, or whoever followed him. Someone asked a question. Can you please explain to me, like I'm 5 years old, why the Iranians can't have nuclear weapons? Yeah, the Iranians are crazy and they're terrorists, so they can't have a nuclear weapon, basically. Crazy terrorists can't have nuclear weapon. But Israel can kind of have it. The Dems want to bomb Iran as much as the GOP. Yep. There's just no president that's come out that's as stupid as... Not a single president who's as dumb as Donald Trump. Or not even dumb, just filled with as much hubris as he is. And thought he had the ability to do something that everyone has known that they shouldn't have done it. Did you see that crude is fast approaching 90 a barrel? Yeah, but I'm pretty sure something that's massively boosted the stock market is Moderna. Moderna have apparently created some kind of mRNA cancer vaccine, or there's quite a lot of hope being pinned on it, and their trials have shown quite a lot of success. So the S&P 500 will be going absolutely crazy right now. Moderna stocks went absolutely insane. It'll just generally have a knock-on effect on the market. Yeah, I mean, it's down a bit, Moderna stocks, but look at this. One of the biggest pharmaceutical companies has gone from up 139% in like 5 days. So that's certainly boosting the market right now. And copying Cuba's work. I don't know if Cuba did theirs through mRNAs. Iran striking Europe come from? Because Israel said so. Every president has wanted to do an Iran war, but knew it would be a massive blunder. Yeah, I can't remember where I saw the Iran-Europe. Bulgaria? I'll tell you where I got it from. The FT, which is not always reliable, to be fair. Good reporting on certain topics, but sometimes crap. Apparently, it's bases that are close to them that have been used for firing missiles. So Bulgaria would kind of make sense. But you'd have to get through Turkey, so it'd be pretty hard. Oh, Venezuela was the more popular one, to be fair. Because Venezuela was so quick and clean. In terms of blowback, in terms of, like, actually suffering any consequences amongst regular Americans. My parents met in Bulgaria. As I always say, I once met a Nazi there. Well, I didn't meet him, but he was there. He was wearing a Hitler shirt, and I didn't like it. I said, no, take that off. Take that off now. Jesus Christ. Okay, right. So this is a new video from TLDR News saying Israel's economy might be doomed, so you know I'm watching the hell out of this.
Negative migration. In other words, more Israelis have left the country than entered it. According to a new report published earlier this month by researchers at Tel Aviv University, in each of 2023, 2024 and 2025, around 50,000 Israelis left the country for more than 12 months, the longest continuous period of Israeli emigration in history. This has raised concerns about the future of the Israeli economy as more high-earning Israelis take their careers and tax revenues overseas, while the remaining population becomes more religious and less economically productive. Specifically, the ultra-Orthodox Haredim, among whom 53% of men are unemployed, are set to make up a quarter of the population by 2050. So in this video, we'll explain Israel's emigration crisis and why the long-term economic outlook is pretty bleak.
By the way, it's not even just that the Haredi men don't work less. It's that they just don't really do any hours as well. They just don't really do any hours at all.
Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu promised a total regime change in Iran, but so far that hasn't happened. We explain why Trump was wrong and what post-war Iran leadership might actually look like in the 9th issue of our magazine, Too Long. That's just one of the articles in our longest issue ever. Subscribe to get your copy by clicking the link in the description. Let's start with Israel's emigration crisis. According to a new report from Tel Aviv University, in each of 2023, 2024 and 2025, around 100,000 Israelis, roughly 1% of the population, left the country for more than 3 months, the highest and most sustained period of emigration on record. Meanwhile, the number leaving Israel for a period of more than 12 months hovered at around 50,000 in 2023 and 2024. While the full 2025 data won't be available until the start of 2027, researchers have found a very strong correlation between the 3-month and 12-month measures. And they're able to estimate that, like in...
Yes, Haredi Jewish people don't do military service. They do, they just do nothing. Generally, they're pacifists, but not that much, really. No, there's like a mixture. Kahana's Advent was like, no, you shouldn't be pacifists.
2023 and 2024, another 45 to 50,000 Israelis left the country in 2025. Crucially, while this isn't abnormal by international standards, it's unprecedented by Israeli standards. In the 2010s, immigration to Israel accounted for 20% of annual population growth, and Israel has only seen net...
As someone who... No, by the way, the Haredim, I would not say generally that the Haredim are supporting the Haredim generally because they don't serve. The Haredim have got some pretty crazy views about Palestinians generally, like not serving great and causing problems for Israel, sure, fine, but generally, What was I going to say? There was something I wanted to say. Actually, Israel had massive problems with this previously. If you look at the history, in the 1960s, there were massive issues for the Israelis, like humongous issues, and Israelis were leaving. What saved them was the conquest of the West Bank. The major issue is now they don't have that.
Negative migration a couple of times in its history. Once in the 1980s, driven by a severe economic crisis that saw inflation...
I'll check that out, the Middle East one. Thanks for the mention, Androlo.
...skyrocket to around 400%, and once in the 1950s, driven by economic hardship resulting from the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Both times, emigration from Israel was driven by economic factors, and both times, Israel's demographic stability quickly recovered. This time, however, Israel's exodus is largely a result of its prolonged military conflict in Gaza and Lebanon, and the corresponding political situation, which doesn't look likely to be resolved soon. For context, in early 2023, before the Israel-Hamas war, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu launched a controversial set of judicial reforms, which would expand the government's powers over judicial appointments. This sparked huge nationwide protests in Israel, with protesters accusing the government of undermining Israel's system of checks and balances and consolidating power. Then, in October 2023, Hamas launched a major attack on Israel, prompting Netanyahu to invade Gaza and plunging Israel into a years-long war that also spread to conflicts with Hezbollah in Lebanon and against Iran. This ongoing security crisis has, in turn, led to the departure of more than 150,000 Israelis over the past...
You might be right about UNRWA. I could change it to the Samir Project because I know that they're still operating in Gaza, or they're on the... At least they're trying to operate in Gaza. It probably would be better to change that for UNRWA.
3 years, especially.
It's not a war. Of course, yeah, it's not a war. They don't serve because they're just lazy, is what I understand. No. Haredi's don't do it not because they're lazy. Haredi's do it in part because of a historical cultural thing. So one of the aspects of the historical cultural thing is that they basically, when the Russian Empire used to exist, they used to make Jewish young men go over and serve for 25 years, and then they'd come back and they weren't really very Jewish anymore. So the Haredis are like a specific sect that keep tradition really strictly. But the other reason that they don't do it is because they just believe that you're going to mix with people. So there are one of the worst battalions in the IOF is called Netzer Yehuda, which is made up of ultra-Orthodox Jewish people, and it keeps strictly kosher. But one of the main reasons it's created is so the Haredis don't actually interact with any women in the Israeli military at all. Like, it is set up for that reason. You are not to interact with women. But a lot of them still believe that you go to the military and it's pointless and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's pointless. They just won't do it. They keep refusing it.
More secular and liberal Israelis who are already.
And on the Samir project, I think I spoke to Isaac recently. We haven't done one in ages, so I think we're going to do a No Politic Here fundraiser, and one of the donation things will be the Samir project. Hopefully we can get some big people on it. I don't know who, but yeah, Isaac and I will plan it better than last time. And I think what we'll do is we'll split it with people one of us starts earlier, well, me, and Isaac finishes later. But yeah, I think we'll do the Samir project and probably the Samir project.
Be concerned about Israel's political direction under Netanyahu. But why does this matter for Israel's economy? Well, it's bad news for two intertwined reasons. First, many of those leaving are highly skilled workers, leading to a possible brain drain on high-earning Israelis. Second, the remaining population is becoming more religious and less economically productive, with Israel's ultra-Orthodox Haredi community now growing at twice the rate of the general population. The first and main reason why this exodus is bad for Israel's economy is that, according to a study published by Israel's tax authority early this month, an increasing share of those leaving are high earners working in tech and healthcare, like doctors and engineers. The study found that the rate at which affluent Israelis left the country sharply increased in 2023 and 2024 to roughly double what it was in 2019. This has fueled concerns about the potential loss of tax revenue, with the report estimating losses.
I do wonder, though, a lot of people talk about this like it's terminal. If Israel at the next election might try and address the Haredi issue, that's actually really what's on the table, by the way. It's nothing to do with Palestine or anything related to that. It is literally just to do, that's literally it.
Is of about 700 million shekels, or $240 million, for each year of emigration, rising to 3.5 billion shekels, or $1.2 billion within 5 years, if this trend continues. This supposed brain drain is especially concerning given Israel's economic role as a global tech and military tech hub. In recent decades, Israel has become somewhat of a startup incubator, with some of the highest venture capital investment per capita globally, and significant tech and research and development sectors. As such, any continued brain drain of high-skilled Israelis could significantly weaken the foundations of Israel's economy, with further knock-on impacts for Israel's public finances and even its military. The second reason that Israel's economy looks doomed long-term, and the flip side of this brain drain, is that the burden for sustaining Israel's economy now passes to the remaining population, which is becoming increasingly religious and less economically productive. For context, the Haredim, an Israeli ultra-Orthodox group...
Would Haredim, I guess this is a question for someone who's actually Jewish, or even then religious Jewish, would they interact with AI? Haredi Jewish people and AI, I don't think they would. Because if you're a modern Orthodox Jewish person, you would probably. But if you're a Haredi, I don't think you would interact with AI.
Which separate themselves from secular society and are politically associated with the Israeli far right, have some of the highest birth rates in Israel, with an average of 6 to 7 children per woman, roughly double the Israeli average. Because of this, while the Haredim currently
Oh, sure. Did you send it? Can you send it again?
make up about 14% of the total population, they're set to make up a quarter by 2050, creating major
They stole about 100, I can't remember, tax revenue stolen from the PA. I don't know how much the actual number is. I think it's about 5 billion, apparently. That's what it's saying online. 600 million shekels. Israel is again withholding 200 million. It's a couple of 100 million. That's relatively a lot of money, but it's not that much, like in the long term for an economy like Israel's. Thank you, Elab.
Structural problems given the Haredim's low workforce participation rate and low economic output. While Haredi women work at higher rates, the unemployment rate among Haredi men is 53%, compared to just 3% for the overall Israeli population. And on top of this, the Haredi also receive generous subsidies for their religious education, independent schools, and child allowance.
I mean, I mentioned this in my video, but the main thing was with Israel, they exempted like a few dozen people in 1948. The major issue is now they have an absolutely huge number of people.
In fact, according to economist Dr. Michael Sherrill, the average Haredi household receives a net 6,000 shekels, or $2,000 per month, from the Israeli state, while the average non-Haredi Jewish household...
Swear word God, all AI is generally prohibited in ultra-Orthodox community. Yeah, I assume so. And AI is like the major thing. Imagine you got loads of ultra-Orthodox who won't even use a phone, and you're telling them, hey, can you make a chat GPT that talks to people pretending to be video game characters?
Pays a net 8,800 shekels, or $2,970 per month, to the state, an almost 15,000 shekel, or $5,000 gap. This will obviously create long-term problems if the Haredi community continues growing faster than the Israeli population at large. As the economy increasingly depends on the tax revenues from a smaller number of secular workers, who also carry more burden from the military service, given the Haredim's exemption, more of the economic burden falls to high-earning, highly skilled workers. So the incentive for them to...
Do they not just want all of the benefits of settler colonialism without having to die for it? The thing is it's really, really, really complex because their religion is, you know, these people are like really, really strictly religiously observant. So a lot of them are just fine with living in Israel because it's the Holy Land, first of all, and they want to be there. Some of them don't really care where they are. The major problem for them is they do want a settler colony, but they want it to be a religious state. So they actually hate the state of Israel. So it's kind of complex. So the main guy that is interesting is a guy called Zvi Yehuda Kook. Zvi Yehuda Kook came up with this theory that Israel that it was basically okay to support a secular state of Israel because one day it would bring about one day it would basically bring about a state that was religious, and it would be the fulfillment of what they want. So it's actually quite a complex thing. So they suck too. Kinda. I actually was asking the mods whether I should, and I might do it. I might actually watch Andrew Callahan's video because he's doing propaganda for the Palestinian Authority. I don't really want to give credit to his work, but if I'm critiquing it, I guess maybe there's some point to it. He interviewed the PA. Oh, Adrian.
Labu.
Thank you for the 200 Mexican, incredibly kind. I don't know if you already talked about this or I'm derailing you. What do you think, but why do you think the investigation of Idubbbz murder and the misinformation campaigns on the crime come more or less at the same time? I think that the investigation is there probably to appease the international community, and I think that the other major thing when it comes to the Idubbbz stuff is, okay, yeah, they want to appease the international community. Israel does not have this at all, but they want to maintain this veneer that they should never be subjected to something like the International Criminal Court because they are, you know, above it because they investigate themselves. That's their argument, okay? But it's basically, yeah, it's just I think that's the major reason. It's also crazy that they said the World Central Kitchen strike was not going to be investigated. But yeah, the major problem is if you look at a country like America or Israel, both of them, because of their Marine warrior culture, people who did the My Lai massacre got off with it. They just got off with it. You can look at it. The people who went to prison for it were, they were. So the sentence for people in it were sent to prison for, for life, and then they got it commuted to 3 years house arrest, which is crazy. But thank you again. And yeah, he is I do not like Andrew Callahan, of course, has done massive propaganda for Peter Thiel too, smearing a leftist organization that has criticisms of his psychedelic therapy company that he wants to use to keep people serving in the military indefinitely. Yeah, the IOF is really into this kind of stuff. Yeah, My Lai punished one guy, and also My Lai was literally one example of a massive, massive, massive thing. The Israelis, go Google the longest an Israeli soldier, longest war crimes. The longest sentence ever given is Elor Azaria, who killed like an immobilized Palestinian who was just, and the guy went to prison for like 2 years, I think, or 18 months. I know it was 12 months probation. It was 18 months imprisonment, 12 months probation, and a rank demotion. And he only got manslaughter. But yeah, W. Adrian, thank you so much, my man. Yeah, the My Lai massacre punished one guy, though.
Emigrate only increases. Moreover, according to Gilad Cohen-Kovac, a researcher at the...
And you asked when I stream to. Yeah, generally 7 p.m. UK time, so about 2 more hours. Maybe a bit shorter today, I guess we'll see.
Israel Democracy Institute. The subsidies that support the current Haredi model amount to about 35 to 37 billion shekels a year, or roughly 5.5% of the Israeli state budget, with that figure potentially growing to more than 60 billion shekels, or $20 billion, in the coming decades if nothing changes. As such, the next Israeli election in October, which will pit Netanyahu's right-wing coalition against a largely secular opposition, could be a make-or-break moment for Israel's economic future.
No, he interviewed a commander in the Palestinian Authority, and I was reading an article today, which I sent some of to, once again, in the Discord. I was like, just read this because it's really interesting. The PA rely on this propaganda of they're just working towards a two-state solution. The PA are just an undemocratic organization. They are not working towards a two-state solution. There's a small class of them who are getting richer. There are some decent people in it, 100%. Genuinely, there are decent people in the Palestinian Authority. But under Abbas, it's just a collaborationist force. In fact, by the way, as Israel operates for America as a way to carry out sensitive military operations that America would bring greater blowback on itself for doing, the Israelis use the Palestinian Authority in that same kind of manner. Oh, where's my mouse?
If the opposition wins and more liberal-minded Israelis begin returning from overseas, the structural pressure on the economy could alleviate. But if there's no political change, or more political turmoil, then Israel's exodus and the war-induced economic strain may yet worsen. I've already told you about one of the articles in the next issue of Too Long, but...
that was an okay video. It was fine.
Expensive. You can get a...
Yeah, it was a fine video. The PA blockaded Jenin as bad as the IOF. And then they also got the Jenin brigades to sign some kind of deal or agree with them, and then the Israelis went in afterwards, literally after the PA. Exclamation mark cup size. I don't know what cup size I would be, but probably very, very, very fucking large. Streamlabs is broken, it would seem. Yeah, Streamlabs is broken, Marcus. Very good. Very good. Streamlabs is broken because the exclamation mark cup size command isn't working. I suggest you cool it down over there. I really do. Yeah. Prove it. You can already see. Long live the resistance. The funny thing about saying the long live the resistance is...
Okie doke. MS now has excluded...
Sorry, that was I was going to show that in a second. when it comes to long live the resistance kind of stuff, I think technically that's legal because resistance constitutes something larger than specifically militarized resistance. And also it doesn't encompass specifically organizations that are wider. And when I say long live the resistance, I mean peaceful resistance, of course. So UK government, suck the ting. I like your name, Caribbean Crusader. Also, let's listen to this. I'm sure some of you have seen this. The Trump administration basically made up loads of anti-Semitism scandals. Can you believe it? As it turns out, what is happening to Jewish people right now is not the same as what happened in 1948. No, 1945 and the 40s, surprisingly.
Okie doke. MS Now has exclusive new reporting dropping in just the last few minutes. A Department of Justice whistleblower is now telling Congress that the Trump administration predetermined the outcomes of its anti-Semitism investigations into Harvard, Columbia, and Brown University before anyone had the chance to consider the actual evidence. It comes just days after a federal judge dismissed the DOJ's anti-Semitism case against Harvard and opens up a big new legal question for other schools currently caught in the administration's crosshairs. Joining us now, Ken Delaney, justice and intelligence correspondent for MS Now. He broke this story this morning. Okay, Ken, on some level, the story is a bit of a no duh. We know that the president just wanted to go after these schools and pull their funding. But on the other, it's crucially important to actually know that this is what our administration...
This is probably true, but they are still all anti-Semitic and needed to happen. I mean, this is the major problem. Like, loads of these people who made this stuff up, it is outrageous. By the way, the campaign against anti-Semitism was claiming that there's a massive anti-Semitism scandal in the UK. Wait, I'll show you this video. This video is incredible. So they've hired this strange character, but I just want to show you how bad the UK is for this kind of stuff. Let me show you. Wait.
Andrew Fox. Andrew served for...
There's a podcast against anti-Semitism even.
I was wondering...
So listen to this.
How long this would take, but it's finally happened. A connection has finally been drawn between the death of Jason Arday and Zionism. Let's talk about this. The University and College Union branch of Goldsmiths University of London posted a statement following the recent death of University of Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who had been facing plagiarism allegations. Now, amid a backlash against what critics have described as...
I think, first of all, you could link this in terms of the media has sucked during the genocide. Is it really surprising that they behaved terribly in relation to Jason Arday?
Unfair media coverage of those allegations. The union denounced, quote, anti-black, racist, fascist politics responsible for this death, and then called on the university to implement plans to protect staff and students from, quote, fascist, Zionist and anti-trans backlash and attacks ever increasing in the UK.
Of course, this is, like, they're basically making this claim that this is indicative of some conspiracy theory. They're literally talking about something that has actually happened to people, you know? That has actually happened to people, where they've been harassed by Zionists. Yes, students and staff should be protected by that.
My question is, why on earth is Zionism even a part of this discussion? Let's be clear for a second. Zionism is the belief that Jews have the same right to self-determination in their indigenous homeland, which...
They do not. The Palestine is not Jewish people's indigenous homeland. By the way, I got banned on TikTok for saying that. One of my most famous videos that like popped off post October the 7th, it got removed for apparently hate for saying that. Once again, there is no other indigenous group of people in history whose indigeneity was premised on them moving to a land as settler colonizers. Like, absolutely untrue.
In this case is modern-day Israel, and is a right afforded to all other peoples of this world under Article 1 of the UN Charter. 80% of British Jews consider themselves to be Zionists, only 6% do not, according to our polling. Now, the casual way in which the word Zionist is portrayed as a plague on society is disingenuous and incendiary, and placing Zionism next to fascism attempts to
Zionism is fascism. It's fascistic.
Rebrand a liberation movement for Jewish self-autonomy as...
No, indigeneity does not have to do with being born there as well. Indigeneity has to do with your relation to coloniality. Zionism is a colonial project, even in relation to even in relation to coloniality, right? Even in relation to the historic state of Israel, or whatever you want to call it. And of course, there was no historic nation state of Israel as we know it. Absolutely fucking fictitious nonsense. But the Palestinians are way more the inheritors of that, because it would be a Middle Eastern state because it's in the Middle East or Southwest Asia. Israel is entirely a European project. In fact, all of these people who are like, well, there are actually Jews from Southwest Asia and North Africa. Well, those people were subjected to a civilizing mission by the Zionists. You can read what the early Zionists said about them. They didn't like them.
An evil to be vanquished, and that is a disgrace. Tell me, what other minority has core tenets of their identity repackaged without their consent in this manner? Once again, Zionists are apparently to blame. Same story, different news item.
Once again, Zionists are to blame. I also love this.
In this manner. Once again, Zionists...
Yes, Zionists have been harassing people at universities and making up lies. I went to a university. Why don't you have a conversation with me about it?
Possibly did, looking to hurt some of our most important universities. Explain what happened.
Good morning.
By the way, this guy is an interesting orange color.
Morning, Steph. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We sort of knew the top line here, but what this whistleblower complaint does is allow us to peek under the hood and see how the Trump administration is manipulating the levers of government and forcing good civil servants to do things they find absolutely abhorrent. And in this case, a veteran civil rights lawyer filed this disclosure. She's no longer with the Department of Justice, and laid out the whole thing. She said that she had been detailed to the Department of Health and Human Services, which was conducting this investigation into Harvard, Brown, and Columbia. And she said she learned quickly that the investigation was based on a single New York Post article that recounted some anti-Israel protests at the medical school graduations of these schools. And she said that as she was going through the investigation...
By the way, also, these people literally do, like, this is the thing as well. If you had a historical, historical understanding of what was done to Jewish people, you would realize that once again Muslims are being scapegoated as a scourge on society. Muslims right now don't have this state that is, you know, perpetrating genocide, and they're like, yep, we're doing it because we're Jewish. That has the power to punish people, and has done for decades, who speak up against Israel. And even politicians, by the way, who spoke up against Israel, historically way bigger than it is right now. But yeah.
With her colleagues, she quickly realized that the findings didn't matter. Whether she was raising questions that some of this conduct was protected by the First Amendment. I mean, it's not anti-Semitic to protest against Israel. That didn't matter to the senior officials in the Trump administration. They wanted this outcome because they wanted to force these schools to settle. And what's interesting is 2 of the 3 schools did fold. Essentially, Columbia settled for $200 million, and Brown agreed to pay $50 million. No admission of wrongdoing. Harvard did not. Harvard fought in court, and as you said, they have won every step of the way.
By the way, I wouldn't valorize any of these institutions as well. They are all degrading towards their, you know, their staff, students, and yeah.
It's not over yet, but they just got a ruling from a federal judge dismissing a lawsuit by the Department of Justice accusing them of fostering anti-Semitism. These people are not saying that anti-Semitism didn't exist and that there weren't incidences, but what they're saying is there's not enough evidence that these colleges violated the Civil Rights Act. And Jamie Raskin, the Democrat, the ranking Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, called this a frame-up job by the Department of Justice, and he wants more answers, Stephanie.
So is there any chance that these schools who did settle, who paid these big settlements, will have a chance to reverse it, given this whistleblower complaint?
I mean, they certainly...
Actually, did you know the first ever prime minister of Israel that is not Ashkenazi might actually happen? The Gadi Eisenkot, and this is not any kind of like good thing about him, is actually Moroccan, which I didn't know. But yeah, he might actually be, you know, he might actually be the first non-Ashkenazi prime minister of Israel.
They have a right to take legal action. Presumably, they have a right to potentially reopen this settlement and say, hey, this was based on a false premise, because it's very clear from this whistleblower complaint that the evidence just was not there. In the case of Brown, there was a senior Trump administration official who agreed, look, we can't make this case that they violated the Civil Rights Act, but we want to force a settlement anyway. It's all there in black and white. There are documents. There are accounts from insiders. And yeah, I think if I were those schools, I would take a very hard look at what happened here.
And yeah, 100%. It's interesting the Democrats are so against this. Is Trump not continuing Biden's policy? 100%.
I should add, Stephanie, that I've reached out to the Department of Justice and the Department of Health and Human Services, and they have not yet responded to my request for comment.
And based on some polling, yeah, Gadi Eisenkot is going to win. He's going to win, but, you know, we're still 2 months away from the Israeli elections, but most of them seem to suggest that he might do it. So here you go. Look, in the Midgam project, Yashar is the biggest, and Dems, the government is only, with its teams here, Shas and UTJ, that's 15, plus Otzma Yehudit and the Religious Zionist Party, that's 13, plus 15, 28, plus 13, 31, it's like 54, so they won't make it. Is that right? Am I right there? Something like that, but I don't think they're seen as having the majority. The main thing is whether the Arab parties will work with, or the Palestinian parties will work with the the Israeli left, but they probably won't do it. Yeah, look, the Gov has 51. It's not enough of a majority. 51 here, 52, 63. Filbert is polling that they might win. 58 for the government there, so, But Eisenkot is pulling ahead in the polls.
And in so many ways, Ken, like the settlement aside, the damage has been done. The reputations to these schools have been seriously damaged over the last 4 years as they were marred with these accusations. Ken, thank you so much. Really important.
Ra'am probably will. Oh, okay. So maybe they will be able to do it, but it's up in the air. So we will have to wait and see as to whether Israel can even achieve a government. I don't know what happens in the case of a hung parliament, because this is the only one I've ever been covering as like a hung Knesset, I guess. But this is the only one I've ever covered as like a streamer. 2022, I obviously cared about the results a little bit, but it was, yeah. I mean, when I cared about the results a little bit, I just mean like, obviously, I view Israeli electoral politics as pretty fucking pointless. It really relates to the ultra-Orthodox taxing them and things like that. Once again, as always, you got a Prime over on Twitch. Throw that shit my way. Become a member. Support the channel. Become a constituent. Now. Now. You must do it. Okay, right. First of all, there's been actually a tragedy in America. It's actually one of the saddest stories I've ever heard. So, here is a flock camera part floating in a river. I think we're going to watch it again. It's that troubling. Look at that. This is the sad image, but listen to this. We found part of a flock camera floating in the water at Hecklinger Pond Park. It's one of the flock cameras that were cut down on Burger Street. We're working to learn more about additional flock vandalism incidents in the area. Wow. Burger Street has been victimized. Hello, Arun. Hope you're good. I need a little nut lie down. Who doesn't need a lie down? It's dead and you're laughing. I know. Hasn't Burger Street suffered enough after its #1 guy, Noam Hamburger, was killed in the state of Israel in service by an FPV drone? Mr. Hamburger died and you guys all laughed. Haven't the Burger men suffered enough? One less woman stalked by her abusive ex-cop ex. Yep. But who remembers Chinese social credit stuff? Who remembers that? Who remembers that? Have you seen this video as well? It's actually incredible. I guess whilst we're on the topic of this, listen to this.
Cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing. You know the quality on the camera doorbell you have.
Yep.
I've got that on my phone right now of you taking that package.
Where is this place?
I just told you.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, I have you on camera.
Okay.
You taking a package and walking away. Is there any reason why you would have done that?
Nope.
You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09 exactly. Like I said.
Like, I love how the trade-off for just having an ever-worsening surveillance state is, oh yeah, maybe we'll catch someone who did some... who stole an item, who stole a package.
Nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing about it.
1:52 a.m.
Yes.
On the second. See, I need
And
a phone and all this crap.
and here, well, I can show you. And here's when you left at 12:09. That's when you left town.
To get.
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need to be.
I need to know where this is.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, maybe she did. Maybe this guy is correct that she's taken it, but it's just like, fucking hell, if this is the trade-off for catching someone stealing a fucking Amazon parcel, what is there even to say? I don't know if the lady is innocent. I'm not actually sure. I'll read it. Hold on.
Camera.
Oh my god, so it wasn't her. Fucking hell, I'd only seen the video. Like, genuinely.
Ridge Trail at 12:09. That's
what the fuck?
When you left town.
To get.
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need to be.
I need to know where this is.
It doesn't matter. I'll be giving this all to you. If you're going to deny it to me, I am not going to help you with any courtesy. It is her. It is 100%. It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have.
It is incredible that cops are so bad at their job that even with a massive surveillance state with eyes everywhere, that they state, that they basically state that, we're that they state openly, we know everything you do and they can't catch someone.
Come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%.
Oh, if this was would it change your mind if on the stolen package if it was a box of Labubu's? I mean, fuck, if this is a box of Labubu's, it's an instantaneous lethal force is allowed. You are allowed to just do a shooting at straight up, and just straight up. It's allowed. You know how it gets.
It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go to court.
Okay, by video evidence, you have the ring and you have my truck, and that is it.
Nope. Everybody in the town of Bomar has a camera.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
I'm just telling you. I know it's unbelievable to you. I get that. I get that.
By the way, this guy, I don't know how to describe it. This guy kind of sounds like someone who, I debate on TikTok, where they're just saying something that is objectively untrue, but they just say it with such surety.
This is a shock to you, but I am telling you, this is a lock, 100%, no doubt.
Okay, so it's 100% doubt a lock.
It's 100%, no doubt, a lock. She did this. I'm sorry, but it's true. I don't make these things up. So there's your summons. Like I said, it is December 2nd at 8:30 in the morning at 100 Jefferson County Parkway. And obviously you are welcome to, well, you have to appear for this.
Well, and there's no way we can see this video or anything now.
If you go to court, you may.
Why can't we see it now?
Because you have not been honest with me, so I'm not going to extend you any courtesy of showing you a video when I don't need to.
But I can show you videos.
No, you cannot.
Yes,
I can show you.
Okay, show me then.
No, you're not being honest with me.
We'll get our attorney.
That's fantastic. Yes. Please do, because I've got to video you.
I don't know how you were able to send a link. I thought, oh wait, fuck, the bot isn't working. Oh god, I'll have to talk to Henry about this. Or I guess, yeah. Billy Binion. What kind of a name is Billy Binion? Where's this Billy Binion story? Sorry, I only really want to click links off mods. This story is harrowing. Police jailed this woman, impounded her car for 7 months, and hit her with 8 felonies after a flock camera flagged a Dodge Durango that killed 3 people. She faced life in prison. The problem? It was a completely different Dodge Durango. What the fuck? Ugh. Well, I guess it's worth it because you can... I changed my statement. I guess it's worth it because you can not even catch anyone who does anything. Also, they're fucking... Someone reached out to Flock Safety Concerns with their expansive Northern Virginia camera network.
I love burgers!
Silent Scythe, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. My goat, thank you for supporting the channel for 5 bloody months. 5 months of Twitch streaming, eh? Doesn't get much better than this. Wow. Thank you so much for supporting as always. My goat. Incredibly kind. But yeah, listen to this. Thanks for reaching out to Flock. Our media team is currently touching grass and taking a break. Unlike our cameras, we can't work 24/7, so we'll get back to you when we've had a snack and regain the ability to form coherent sentences. Mum, can you pick me up? The Panopticon startup is small beanifying itself. Ugh. It's also really funny, by the way, that so much of this fucking surveillance state didn't actually come from China, but came from fucking Israel. Like, how much of this was developed in Israel, these kind of spying techniques, you know? Okay, guys, I'm going to cover the Idubbbz thing real quick, because there's a couple of fun...
I love burgers!
Oh my god, Zero Sugar Radical, thank you for subscribing with Prime, thank you for supporting the channel as always, goated. I'm gonna just stick on some music and go pee.
I love burgers!
Hey, J Hubes, thank you for subscribing with Prime, we got a train going over there. Here's some music, you can enjoy your pee emotes whilst I go and pee. Yeah, of course the Don't Tread on Me crowd is awfully quiet, because obviously this is going to disproportionately target black people, so they'll fucking love it. If anything, they'll be loud about how great this is.
فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي من البلدة القديمة أنا من شوارعك فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي 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 من البلدة القديمة أنا من شوارعك فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي من البلدة القديمة أنا من شوارعك فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي أنا من القدسي أنا من القدسي أنا من القدسي الشوارع في المزارع في المصانع في الطرقات في الشوارع في المزارع في المصانع في الطرقات سأبقى أناضل لتحرير الأرض والإنسان سأبقى أناضل لتحرير الأرض والإنسان أنا من القدسي 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 بالبلدة القديمة أنا من شوارعك فلسطين الحبيبة أنا من القدسي بالبلدة القديمة
Yes. Oh yeah. Look who's back. Look who is back. My duck scratched me in between my fingers. Crazy. Really? Can ducks scratch? They got web feet. How's a duck scratching you? I unironically started to listen to this. Yeah, it's a great album. It's a great album. It's a really, really good album. Twitch censored the word white boy. Straight up! That's what I got to say to that. Straight up! Okay. Right, so... First of all, we got a couple of general H3 updates. My favourite one being this one. This is from Ethan's lawsuit, apparently. Second, does assume that they have the First Amendment privilege to speak anonymously. But that is only true if their speech is indeed protected by the First Amendment. And aptly, hereinafter, TEI claims that it is not. Specifically, TEI claims that Doe's engaged in copyright infringement, which is among the categories of speech not protected by the First Amendment, like child pornography, extortion, blackmail, fraud, and defamation. The man who says your money or your life has no right under the First Amendment to keep his identity secret. Neither do those who facilitate massive infringement of material protected by copyright, as TEI credibly claims Doe's did here. So Doe's, I assume, is like Jane Doe pluralized and John Doe pluralized. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful. That is exactly what it's like, just robbing the state of... robbing the state of TEI, Teddy Fresh Entertainment Incorporated, is just like saying your money or your life, being a highwayman. But anyway, so Anissa yesterday said, oh, it's a WebP file. Fuck. Okay, so Anissa said yesterday, more solid clarification. Sorry on my part. The specific wording in the suit is a quote from me commenting on the tweet I had made previously in passing in Ian's live stream. Here is the reason why I'm included in the lawsuit. She said, or on about March 24th, Anissa Joma published a statement suggesting Mr. Klein was on drugs in one of his videos, stating, "Bro is on something here. His pupils look big as hell. As his pupils look as big as his iris. He's cooked." Oh, God. People rightfully are confused on whether Ethan dropped the lawsuit or not. The short answer is no. The apology which Ian did, truly of his own volition, without any instruction from Ethan's legal team, was not enough for Ethan to actually drop it. That's all I am choosing to say at this moment. Did he drop it? No. Did he say he would drop it publicly? Yes. Genuinely incredible. This is incredible. Once again, I will mention the thing of like when there was a little conversation of would Ethan Klein change? The answer is no. He's still surrounded by a bunch of sycophants who will keep on worsening his career, by the way. Look at the content he's making now. It is truly incredible, the content that the H3 podcast makes. What happened to Hayden Panettiere? Dan explains Warhammer to us. Okay, that might be cool. Natalie Portman exposed in her new book. They're just doing true crime murder now, which isn't really surprising. It's clickbaity stuff, and I'm sure they're covering it with all of the nuance that's needed after they covered it really well with Celeste Riveras. And then here she is. Here's the other Anissa tweet. Hello, I had to sit in a court and hear a 60-year-old working professional repeat the word snark. This was the fit for the occasion. Final decision, too subjective to enforce the signed agreement. Still being sued. We'll update with more when we can. I'm really wondering when we'll get to hear from Ethan Klein about his lawsuits against Denims and Noah Samson, which I'm sure are going fantastically. But yeah, I mean, I've very much enjoyed this kind of stuff of him just not talking about it. Their coverage of Celeste Rivas case was atrocious. Yeah, I mean, if a joke happens in a natural conversation, fine. But when you're making comments about, like, you know, that are so out of whack with it that you're just never going to apologize for is just fucking crazy. It's genuinely just fucking crazy. Then Sitter Charlie will drop a new video and Ethan will be pressured into dropping, hopefully. Yeah, I don't think he will. I don't think he will drop another video. It's very obvious that Ethan just got scared about the backlash and losing the other lawsuits and decided to pull it out, but he thinks that finally he might be able to win a lawsuit, and so he's going to go after this. It wouldn't surprise me if Ethan ends up losing this and so decides that he shouldn't do it, but I don't know. Nah, Ethan will start identifying with the Space Marines because they're going on like a crusade against the Scourge of the Universe. By the way, it is so fascistic, Warhammer. Because obviously a lot of the games kind of... I really enjoyed Space Marine 2, but the Space Marine 2 is like such heavy religious stuff infused with like dealing with alien scum. You know, which really in our moment does feel incredibly fascistic. I know most of the people who play it probably aren't interested in politics, but it's, yeah. I don't know, all of this just sucks though. I really do wish Ethan Klein was not doing lawsuits against people, and especially not people who are nice, you know, and people whose wronging of him was basically just talking about him negatively. That's why he doesn't like these people, because they were once friends and now they talk about this, you know. And also, obviously, all of this is to deflect from his talking about Palestine and the disgusting way he spoke about Palestine generally, which was obviously so incredibly fucking grotesque. And his wife was making a strange joke the other day. And one of you mentioned it, and I saw it, but here you go.
Not to bring the mood down, but like personally, every time I see this stuff, it's like another stab in my back.
I know so many lefties who are obsessed with Warhammer. I need to get back into painting mine. I mentioned this a while ago. I got an incredible deal. I just like it because it's something where I don't look at something. I don't look at a screen and you just end up painting. And painting's a fun skill. If I hold my hands up, you can probably see I have like a natural shake in my hands. My politic game is Destroy All Humans too. My politic game is Fortnite.
Because I get every week people...
Also, I think I'm going to set up on Twitch, because it's in the thing, I'm going to set up a thing where it does... I'm going to set up a thing where it does where basically it does where it does a TTS from PayPal. I'm going to work out how to do that. Not a TTS, but like a donation where it flashes up on the screen with your message.
Like being bullied for working with me.
Yeah.
But then I still see people publicly associating with James Charles.
I know.
He's being invited to events all the time. Like,
fantastic.
Like, it's crazy.
I'm not showing my Warhammer paintings. I suck at it. So, yeah. One day, maybe, when I'm good at it.
Don't worry, he probably is like super anti-Israel. He's a super mega anti-Zionist, so he's chill online.
Cool. Let's sacrifice some children for that.
Oh, yeah.
Is it true that Jews are always trying to Jew people down?
I don't know.
I'm glad, I am glad Ethan Klein stopped talking about Israel, but they can't help themselves by making just a shitty comment about these things. And also, by the way, I think the other stuff as to why he's so toxic is... because, you know, the reason why Ethan is so toxic is because of his own behavior. His own behavior created the problems around him. And that's why he stopped talking about Palestine, by the way, because he couldn't help himself but say things about Palestine that were disgusting and repugnant and give justifications for his actions. Look how he reacted, okay, to the behavior of someone like Theo Von, who made some pretty benign comments about Israel's conduct in Lebanon. There is no justification for what Israel is doing in Lebanon. Whatever you think about Hezbollah, and by the way, Lonerbox justified this as well. He said that Israel needed to blow up people's houses because they were actually all booby-trapped. Israel didn't actually need to do that. To be honest, I think if you're a soldier, I think you should be risking your life rather than perpetrating war crimes. I think you blow people up regularly. Why not actually take on some of the risk rather than prioritizing the destruction of people's lives and their existences? But in both Lebanon and in Gaza, they have instituted a policy of total destruction of Palestinian and Lebanese existence in southern Lebanon, and it absolutely is just disgusting and repugnant, and anyone who sits there and justifies it is wicked. Like, it is wicked, because I actually promised this Lebanon. I need to release the newsletter. It's finished, so I'll put it out tomorrow when we record. One of the things I mentioned, which is fantastic, is from the Financial Times, which is about the house of Fadia Bazi, which I won't show all of. It's just fantastic. It's the destruction of her home and how she monitors it. And there's a great philosopher who talks about this kind of stuff. His name's Maurice Halbwegs. I don't know if he's a very popular philosopher. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of him. I listened to him in one lecture. He has a great book on collective memory, and it's fantastic. And just the things Israel is doing is just immoral. People are not booby-trapping their homes, laughing my ass off. Lonerbox is such an asshole. I mean, he said it about Gaza, that people booby-trap their homes and there's weapons infrastructure. Under international law, as is mentioned in that Financial Times article, there is no way to justify the things that they're doing. Like, you really need an immediate threat to justify it, and there are not immediate threats to Israeli soldiers in these places. They are just making them up as a justification for wanton war crimes, I said it wrong, but wanton war crimes, and just doing as they please, That's the whole point of what they are doing. That's the whole point of what they're doing there. Not familiar. Yeah, I can't remember all of it, but he talked about it. And I just think it's not even, like, I'm gonna be real. People were talking about Adam Friedland, and Adam Friedland probably is, like, by the definition of what we understand as a liberal Zionist, he's probably a bit of a liberal Zionist. I don't think that's an exaggeration. But the reason that people don't go after Adam Friedland is because Adam Friedland isn't, like, massively justifying what Israel is doing. Like, Adam Friedland has actually, like, critiqued Destiny and done stuff like, like, had arguments with people like Destiny, and this kind of stuff of just how people behave on the internet of justifying what Israel does is the problem. And that is over and over again what Ethan Klein did. And I mean, Gila is specifically toxic. I would actually argue that Gila is categorically worse than Ethan Klein, even though Gila Klein has not spoken about him as much. A little trick which you can do. My girlfriend was the one who actually found tons of these, but you can literally go search Yosef Haddad, and Gila Klein follows this guy. And no doubt that informed when Ethan Klein is like, well, actually, Israel's this multicultural country. She follows, what's his name? Who's that really annoying, whiny Zionist? Oh my God. You know who he is. He's the really famous one. Everyone calls him like Fake Hassan. He's really, really specifically annoying. It's not even, the IOF stuff is, Friedland is a one-stater. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know Friedland is a one-stater. But yeah. Okay. Some people were calling him a lib Zionist, but I'm not really that interested in whether he is or isn't a liberal Zionist. Hen Mazig, that's it. Thank you. Hen Mazig. Hen Mazig is a really repugnant Zionist. By the way, when I'm talking about someone like, Adam Friedland, I'm not going after him. I'm just sure that he's not, like, may not align specifically with a lot of what people consider that. But yeah, if he is a one-stater, great. I'm glad to hear. But he's, like, criticizes Israel without feeling this reflexive need to defend it, and thinking like someone like Hen Mazig is a great activist on Palestine. Hen Mazig is one of the most dangerous liberal Zionists out there.
Iran did something last night, and I still can't stop thinking about it.
Like, the way Hen Mazig talks about Palestine.
You've probably seen these people. They're ones whose entire identity is centered around attacking Israel. And every attack starts the same way.
As a Jew.
As a Jew.
As a Jewish person.
As a Jewish person.
As a Jew. And
by the way, including Seth Rogen in that is really, really, really interesting. Including Seth Rogen in that, because that seems to be one of the few statements that Seth Rogen has made, that he didn't like Israel. But you need to realize, people like him, the whole point is just policing the diaspora. There's like the whole thing, policing the diaspora and not allowing them to talk about anything related to Palestine in a manner and talk about how, as a Jewish person, they might not feel comfortable with that. And I know I don't want to have a conversation about like centering Jewishness. I know that there's criticism about that, meaningful and important criticism. But what I'm talking about here is this is like policing people and being like, oh, you're using your identity. Hen Mazig uses his identity in a more repugnant way, where he's like, I'm Moroccan, I love Israel, I'm loving upon Israel.
something about it never sat right with you, but you couldn't name it. Hannah Arendt named it in 1951. Europe, before the Holocaust, had a deal for Jews. There was one condition. You can come in, be a Jew, just make sure you are nothing like the other Jews, like the rest and most of the Jews. The charming one got in, the educated one, the useful ones. They got into Berlin's salons, to the parties, to the publishing houses. All doors were open for them. The price of the admission was standing apart from your own people. Arendt called them exception Jews. 75 years later, look at the same deal now. The entry fee has changed, but the door is still...
I mean, even the term diaspora is interesting because when Jewish, it applies like the dispersion, but Jewish people actually formed quite a lot of unique cultures that were so deeply intertwined with the places they live. I mean, Bukhara Jews still exist. Obviously, a lot of that Jewish culture's kind of gone. Yiddish isn't so popular. Yeah, that's who I kind of saw saying that, like, he was sort of a lib Zionist. But I don't think he is. But maybe I was just like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was a bad example.
There. Today's exception Jews don't hide their Jewish identity. They lead with it. It's in the bio, it's in the award speech, it's the brand, because that's the product. You see, anyone can attack Israel today. That's free. But a Jew attacking Israel? That's special. That's what the audience is paying for.
For many reasons, I feel like it is my obligation as...
I also really enjoy the notion that people pay to see these actors and actresses because they're criticizing Israel? What are you talking about? I've also forgotten this lady's name. Hannah... Oh, what is it? I've forgotten her name. I apologize. Can someone tell me her name? She's in that show, which I can't remember the name of either.
As a Jewish person.
The part that Arendt saw, that they still don't, is that an exception proves a rule. Accept the role of
Hannah Einbinder, that's it, thank you. What's that show she's in as well?
Being a good Jew, and you've stated that bad Jews exist. They're the majority, and whatever's coming for them, they deserve because they're bad. You didn't escape the hatred, you co-signed it. You negotiated a personal exemption, but you don't control this exemption. You never did. Ask Germany's most assimilated Jews just how permanent their exemptions were. They got war medals, professorships, they were celebrated in the arts. The mood turned once. Every exemption revoked.
Welcome to the
altogether.
Burger Reich.
Oh my goodness. Henry, I'm hoping you're doing all right, man. Haven't seen you in a while, but thank you for 15 months, my man. Incredible. We're going to be at 2 years before you fucking know it. I mean, obviously you don't have to be a member for 2 years, but I mean 2 years of streaming. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing all right. I heard rumors about you not being very good at Turbo though, Henry, so I don't know.
Every line they drew between themselves and the wrong kind of Jews was gone. So the next time
Yeah, there was some people debating philosophical stuff, and I guess this is an interesting one. I think Arendt was a bit... Someone I like and respect said that Arendt was a little bit revisionist when it came to the revolution in America. That she didn't really talk about a lot of it, and Hacks is the name. Bro using chat like Google. Yes, I am.
someone builds a career attacking Jews as a Jew, you'll know exactly what you're watching. It's an audition for a role.
Yeah, the really funny thing about Zionists being white supremacists, that Hen Mazig would be like, actually, today we are all looking different. And one of the funny things is that, like, a lot of the difference has actually been flattened. And when you read people who are, like, at least worth reading or interesting and talking about the experience of, you know, being an Arab Jew, there are people like Ella Shohat who talk about how you were made to forget your existence as an Arab Jewish person and to be Jewish or Arab, and obviously people chose Jewish, and obviously a lot of like rising anti-Semitism played a role in that. You know, bigotry did rise intertwined with nationalism. That's a standard practice everywhere.
That has never once saved the person playing it. The full essay is in my newsletter. You've probably seen Middle Eastern food is actually Jewish.
Best dates from Israel, if you know, you know.
By the way, this guy is a massive prick.
Boycott them. Are you an Israeli date? Are you? That's the question, right? The date know it's Israeli or not. It's the chosen date. This French toast was promised.
This guy's very annoying.
95% of Jews are Zionists. Where did you get that number? You did not cite a source.
So this is not about Klavlik, whatever his name is, I can't pronounce it, because I think there's a far greater danger to Israel that we have to discuss. There is no settler violence in Congressman Ro Khanna's footage, and I've watched every second of it, and he said armed settlers attacked his group. The tape shows men blocking the road. Wrong, sure, but not violence. His story...
By the way, all of these fucking idiots just telling him, Courtney Cohen, this is so important. Silly Jake, the real voice of our people. Avital Rachel, excellent, thank you.
Is falling apart, and pro-Israel accounts are celebrating it right now. This would be an easy video for me to make, but if I only tell you that half, I'm lying to you, because the same week this happened.
Hey, whiteness is closeness to power, not skin tone. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I mean, Israel was a very flattening project. By the way, Ella Shohat talks about how what's really interesting is, with Hen Mazig, he'd have to paper over all of this. One of the things that was mentioned by Ella Shohat is actually how when she ate Middle Eastern food, that the Israelis really did not like it.
Radical settlers with metal rods and knife attacked a CNN crew north of Ramallah, at the exact spot where a Palestinian-American citizen was killed a year ago. To this day, nobody has been charged with killing him. And last week, Netanyahu went on CNN and said this.
It's about 100, it's actually 150 or so, what you would call juvenile delinquents.
Now look, I served for 5 years in the IDF, 2 of them in Hebron, working to help Palestinian civilians. Radical settlers had a nickname for me. They said that I am a traitor in uniform. They hated me and my role that was given to me by the army. So you can trust me when I say this. Palestinian terrorists...
Do you know what's kind of crazy about this guy? This guy works for the Israeli government, and he's saying this shit. He's like, I'm hating on Netanyahu. He doesn't talk like that. He's like, I am hating Netanyahu. But Hen Mazig works for the Israeli government. Like, he has a job for the Israeli government right now. He was a government-appointed public advocate for Israel. Like, what do you say?
Terrorists murder Israelis in the West Bank. Mothers shot in front of their children on the roads that I used to patrol. Most of the 700,000 Israelis over the Green Line, what the media calls settlers, have never hurt anyone.
But the thing is yes, they have. Even if it is not directly, Israeli settlers have participated in the destruction and effective genocide of Palestinian society, in the sense of, by existing in the West Bank, they operate as people who operate as lookouts for the Palestinians. They operate as lookouts to find out what the Palestinians are doing. But when it comes to like, settlers generally, they also have participated in the fragmentation of Palestinian life. Like, that's the thing as well. It's like the Luigi Mangione thing, when you understand it with the context of, like, violence as a structural thing, not as something that is expressed exclusively in spectacular, instantaneous moments of it. Like, objectively, a healthcare CEO is more violent to a larger number of people. But when it comes to Israel, just existing in another people's land is violence.
These communities are in Ma'ale Adumim and Ariel, which every serious...
By the way, as well, do you know what's fucking crazy? BBC had a shit article about this. This is the big settlement I wanted to talk about. Plus 972 did have a good article about this. I know not everyone might love Plus 972, but they do occasionally do good articles. I don't know why it's taken so long. So this settlement, Ma'ale Adumim, is going to be expanded, and Ma'ale Adumim will basically cut off the East Jerusalem from... will cut off East Jerusalem from the rest of the West Bank. Hey, Aitor, thank you for the 100 ARS. Fernando Ceremido, owner of right-wing newspaper, advisor to Milei, then Bolsonaro Jr., and current advisor to the Bolivian president, is in jail for trying to eliminate Hitman his girlfriend. What? Fucking hell, that sounds crazy.
Palestinian negotiators.
But, like, that's the thing, okay? Let's be real. Technically, by living in Ma'ale Adumim, you're not directly participating in violence, sure. But you are, because your work is cutting off Palestinian life and existence and strangling it. And someone like this who's so ultra woke that he's more woke than Jewish people who talk about Palestine, who talk about Palestine, he can't even grapple with that because this guy is not left-wing. This guy is a right-wing stooge because he can't overcome the fact that Israel is this repugnant settler colony.
Agreed should be part of Israel in a two-state solution. When parts of the left calls all of them monsters, that is a lie, and I fight lies against Israel every day. But in the last 2 decades, 93% of investigations into settlers' attacks on Palestinian civilians were closed with no indictment by the Israeli police. Netanyahu is blaming the judges, but the judges never see these cases. The police closed them first. And the minister...
By the way, the other point is I love how this guy cannot help but defend Israel, okay? Even when the judges do see them, why did you not mention that? Because you want to reserve this idea that Israel has a working legal system, so it shouldn't be subject to the International Criminal Court. That's why they do this. The judges never convict Israelis, by the way, as well. That's a known fact. They don't convict them.
Who is in charge of the police is Itamar Ben-Gvir, a man convicted of racial incitement against Palestinians. Meanwhile,
and you work for the same government as him.
The IDF chief of staff called the radical settlers a threatening minority from within and said that their actions are morally unacceptable. We demanded the world distinguish Israel from its extremists, but then Israel has to make the distinction first, with handcuffs. A government that shields its extremists has merged.
So, I don't really understand why then, if you were actually of this opinion, why you would not just be like, yeah, I really get why the world hates Israel if the Israeli government is deeply in bed with these people. Like, I don't get it.
With them in the eyes of everyone watching. And no diaspora advocate, however gifted and eloquent, can argue the world out of what it can see. Being silent about this won't make it.
So, this is one of the most insane Hen Musique videos, I will say. I was wondering what he was going to be up to. This is, frankly, more insane than anything that I've seen.
Go away. Israel doesn't need protection from the truth, but from the lies. And I will continue to call out the lies, and I will tell you the truth. That's not disloyalty. That's being a Zionist, believing that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state, with the values of a Jewish and democratic state. Netanyahu says that it's...
What's a Jewish democratic state? Because how could a Jewish state ever be democratic for its non-Jewish citizens?
150 people. Fine. Charge them. Convict them in the courts that you say are too soft. And prove it. I wrote the full piece on my Substack. If you're tired of choosing between lies and silence, this one is for you. So let's start with the obvious. Criticizing...
Fuck off. Shut up. I saw Peter Beinart was arguing with Normie Finkelstein as well. Little Normie. Let's check this one out. Let's pull this one out and see what is going on up in here. I'm sure it's great from Normie.
I hear you. I do think that it is important, though. Different Holocaust survivor families take different lessons from this. There are children of Holocaust survivors who've gone to live in Germany, who have undergone a process of kind of reconciliation or thinking differently. So I don't want to. I don't want to just.
Do you know what's also crazy? Hen Mazig gets paid by the Israeli government for that, no doubt. Like, this guy's job. Hen Mazig, Noah Tishby. Hen Mazig is also friends with he's friends with Noah Tishby, right? I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly.
Dishonor the memory of your parents and their experience. I'm just saying that's one particular way of thinking about the lesson of the Shoah. Others have taken different lessons.
I love burgers!
Oh my god, Portmanteaus, thank you for subscribing with Prime. It is always so greatly appreciated. Becoming members, goated. My goat, Portmanteaus.
Peter, I said to you,
yeah,
you're free to disagree with me.
Right.
I said that. I understand people won't.
By the way, someone said when Normie Finkelstein is appearing in some insane manner with his camera, like, what is this angle? Wait, I'm going to start appearing on this angle where somehow he's showing the top of his head. Incredible, to be fair. So, but he's always got some fire to say.
Don't agree with me.
Right.
But
I also, by the way, when I read Stanley Cohen, I only read a bit of it. One day I might read it, but I didn't love everything he was saying. One thing is the Nazis beat Hitler was like a total dictator, like he had total power. There was a lot of infighting, squabbling to please him, and a lot of things that were going on were like maybe somewhat a little bit out of his control, okay? He didn't, that's not to say that they weren't things he wanted, but he just wasn't in control of everything, especially as he started moving away from started spending his time on the Western Front. But, like, they had a state which totally crushed any left-wing opposition. It was a police state that tortured and mass killed people. Israel is not a police state. It is not for Jewish people, at least. It is not a liberal. It is not this kind of liberal Jewish. It is not an authoritarian state for. It is not an authoritarian state for Jewish people. Where's the opposition? Where is the opposition? Like, genuinely, their elections aren't about Palestinians. They haven't been about Palestinians for decades. And even when they were, it was marginally, and it was much more about the corruption or the perceived corruption of the occupation in Israeli society, okay? That's what it was about. Yitzhak Rabin, Mr. fucking peace lover, I said this the other day, would respond to hecklers who were calling him like soft on Palestinians and not wanting to do transfer, would go, don't talk to me about transfer. I've transferred more Arabs than any of you. Like, I'm sorry, like, when you act as if like Israel is this society that's, that's actually loads of opposition. Where is it? It has to manifest and appear to us, or else why would I believe that it exists?
when you tell me there are Palestinians who no longer want to live with the Israelis, I get that.
Do you know, apparently as well, according to Plus 972, with interviews with Palestinians, that's actually why quite a lot of Palestinians are only interested in a two-state solution. Now, a lot of them see it as the only way out of just direct suffering, and that thinking about like a long-term national liberation project is just outside of the remit of what they want to consider right now, because they just want an immediate end to their suffering. But what they are also talking about is they do not want to live alongside people who've done these things to them. And that's why quite a lot of Palestinians right now are just like, give us a two-state away from Israelis. They just don't want to interact with them.
I know. I understand.
I get that.
No, you get it in.
I'm not going to begrudge them that. I was not, to be perfectly honest, I was not thrilled with Bishop Tooth.
By the way, Portmanteaus, I'm not a supporter of the two-state solution at all. You'll see this from my content. Isaac and I just met, my podcast co-host just made a long podcast about this. We made a long podcast about this, okay? And I don't really believe in it, but polling is showing a slight rise in the two-state solution. I think when it comes to Palestinians, the argument which I tend to find convincing, and I made myself even before I'd seen it, is if someone is being tortured, they will ask for that torture to stop by any means. They won't think about justice. They will be like, first of all, I need the torture to stop. And so Palestinians right now are kind of like, yeah, I want just anything to make this stop. What the international community say they will do, I will take that so this stops right now. The ideas of national liberation in terms of a one-state solution are so distant from the physical reality that Palestinians are subjected to. But unfortunately, I think for, that comes as well because that's the only thing offered by the international community. Of course, a one-state solution is just way more just and way more acceptable. Wokely accepting Bantustans. I mean, I'm not of the opinion that that's acceptable, and I don't think it comes from, like, wokeness or anything. I think it literally just comes from the experience of being pressured by Israel. Arab world are definitely the Emirates. Completely brain dead is another Finkelstein banger. Well, I guess they effectively destroyed Gaza entirely. Oh, of course. I've been to Ramallah and Rawabi and met with Palestinian leadership in 2019. Really? I mean, just tragic what's happened to Palestinians. Everyone should have equal rights. That is the thing as well. I tend to find that. Like, you know how everyone will be like, oh, this thing, that thing about a two-state solution, a one-state solution. I just believe the concept of democracy and human rights, and I know there's a lot to quibble with democracy, but human rights and Palestinians just being welcomed into a society where they have a choice to decide how it goes is much more fucking feasible than this insane two-state solution where the Israelis have destroyed it over and over again.
Whose truth and reconciliation idea. I was not.
I don't think that's also true about exclusively Western lefties. There are plenty of Palestinians who talk about a two-state solution. There are plenty of them. People who've lived there, people who still live there, people who've, people from the Southwest Asia. The notion that there's even Israelis, a small number of them. Ilan Pape is a fan of it. There are others. I have a friend who's now the foreign ministry spokesman in the PA. I knew him from when he was a young lad. Wow, really?
Interesting.
I will not, I'm of the old...
Random Vector, yeah, I saw the report on them hiring hitmen in Yemen to kill politicians years ago, but I will also maybe talk about that story today.
Old school. Never to forgive, never to forget. And if that's I believe you're an adult. You made a choice. You have to bear the responsibility for the choice that you made. And I will add one other thing. I don't believe I have the right to forgive.
I will, by the way, Finkelstein spitting fire, but one of the other things about the two-state solution that might actually eliminate the coloniality of Israel, if you put Israelis on their own and took away settlement of Palestinian land and the security mindset that provokes, the security mindset, I just sat up because you mentioned the camera angle, the security justification for Israeli violence, leave Israelis on their own and see what they get up to. I think it would just be fighting amongst themselves over dumb stuff. And then trying to go after Palestinians in any way possible. Yeah, the criminal gang stuff fucking sucks, by the way. Criminal gangs are an interesting concept in Palestine, in part because in Palestinian areas of 48, Palestine, they actually just allow criminal gangs to proliferate to make life really difficult. This is something that's openly done. They don't police Palestinian areas, and they're obviously... and they're obviously marginalized anyway. But then also in the West Bank, they do the same thing. And you asked if I messaged Toby Craig Jones. No, I haven't. I'd actually like to talk to Toby Craig Jones, but he might not want to talk to me.
You say some children of Holocaust survivors, they go live in... They can do whatever they want, but you know what? The only ones who have the right to forgive are overwhelmingly, they were dead. It was too late for them to forgive. And the handful, what was once called the remnant, who survived, okay, they have the right to forgive. But I'm not forgiving because you know what? I don't have that right. I'm not going to forgive the aunt, the uncle, the grandmother, and the grandfather who were tossed into gas chambers. I'm not forgiving that. I don't have the right to forgive it. And nobody has the right to ask them to forgive. Now, Bishop Tudu.
If expecting Jews and Arabs to live in one state together peacefully after generations of war is naive, expecting Israelis to give Palestinians anything when there is political consensus in Israel to not give Palestinians a state, and they have spent 5 decades undermining it, is just as naive. These arguments don't hold sway. They do not hold sway of just going, oh, they can't live together. How do you get Israel to do the two-state solution, please?
Was a devout Christian, and he begged, people like Winnie Mandela, when she came up to testify, she had done terrible things, no question about that. She had beaten to death a kid, a fellow named Stompy. And Tuda said, Winnie, please acknowledge that you did wrong. And she, I don't remember if she finally did. I can't now remember. Fine. Bishop Tudu is a Christian. He has his right, just like you have the right. He has the right to his Christian values. I don't believe them. I don't believe in them. I don't believe in forgiveness.
This wasn't even the banger that I was hoping for, but he said something else incredible. I don't know why he's constantly...
Well, I had the division of labor. Let me give you one example.
Okay, to me, where I disagree with you, Norm, is I don't have a problem with your idea that if people if there's good evidence that someone coming into a university...
Here we go.
Where I disagree with you, Norm, is I don't have a problem with your idea that if people if there's good evidence that someone coming in...
By the way, I will never accept the excuse of having a bad camera if you're like one of these creators. My camera cost like £100. It's not an £80 or something like that. So like 100 US, probably a bit over. It's fantastic. These guys got to get one. Someone message Finkelstein and get him to have a nice new camera.
To a university has committed or been complicit, had committed war crimes, that the university shouldn't admit that person or should see them in a different light than a normal student. I'm not sure that I buy the idea that that principle should be. I think that should be a universal principle that you apply to anyone serving in any military around the world. And I think that seems to me a better way of handling the problem you're talking about than having a blanket position vis-a-vis Israelis, but then exempting Russians or whoever other soldiers, including Americans. Goodness knows what the Americans are doing in Iran right now.
There are a couple of distinctions. Number one, I don't think whatever the ICC might say, because it's such a corrupt so-called court. I don't believe Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine.
Isn't the only argument, I am not clued up enough on this, the argument you could make for Russian genocide in Ukraine is to do with the children, right? Specifically the stories about Russians taking children. Russian taking Ukrainian children. That's the only thing that would constitute that the ICC have said that, right? The deportation of Ukrainian children. That is the only thing that you could ostensibly say. Chris, add your streaming equipment list to your page and get that affiliate money. I don't think they'd want to affiliate with me.
I think the Americans are committing genocide in Iran. I also, as I said, the analogy to the cases you just made would be during the war.
Well, the thing is that wouldn't be an abstracted genocide. That would be like an intentional policy of eliminating Ukrainian culture. And I think because of the horrifying history of that stuff, that does need to be talked about as like a morally unacceptable policy. Israel has normalized relations with several Arab states. Yeah, Israel could also normalize relations with every Arab state if it wanted to by doing a two-state solution. Like, that is such a shit argument. Like, they could literally normalize with every state.
Vietnam. I don't believe that.
I haven't heard that Ukraine is doing the same thing, but that is the only argument you could make for it in my understanding of it being a genocide, an attempt, or the flattening of Ukrainian culture, like saying that Ukraine is always going to be, as in the sense of like Ukrainians are not separate from Russians, but that might be a better genocide scholar than I, and I'm sure there are people who make that, and a lot of people who I've respected. A lot of people who I've respected perhaps have, but I don't know. I'm not enough of an expert on, the argument for genocide in Russia, Ukraine. But I think like the other thing that I feel about, what Israel is doing, Israel's genocidal politics is set apart in the sense of it is a concerted effort for more than 100 years that has been uninterrupted effectively towards just eliminating the Palestinian people. That's what it is. Well, I mean, the affiliate, by the way, talking about affiliate links, the affiliate link I want is my desk. I want my sponsorship. FlexiSpot. This is not sponsored at all. I love my FlexiSpot stuff. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I don't know. Ukraine is not doing the same thing. I guess I haven't heard. I will say I will agree with you in the sense of I've not heard about that, and I've only seen the argument made about Russia, and it doesn't sound implausible. Like it doesn't sound implausible at all. People have done that over and over again.
Or I should say, I think the Israeli army is.
Palestine is occupied. Why not Ukraine? I mean, if you're pointing out the criticism of the, Western governments who give a shit about Ukraine, that's fine. But if you're talking about like justifying occupying it, I'd say like, nah, fuck that.
Representative of the whole society. Let me give you one example. How old are you? Do you mind me asking?
No. I'm 55. But the question is whether. Okay, go ahead.
Let me just give you an example. During the war in Vietnam, the ground troops entered around 1965. Mm-hmm. By 1969, large numbers of soldiers who came back, they were denouncing what was happening there. Large numbers. There were bonfires. There may be some people in your. I see pictures of people who seem a little bit older. You may remember the Winter Soldier.
Norman Finkelstein is a fan of the MCU, confirmed? Norman, who you got? Bucky Barnes? What is he talking about here? What's the Winter Soldier? Vietnam. Oh, it's a film. Oh, a Winter Soldier investigation. He's not a fan of the MCU.
Testimonies. There were large numbers of soldiers who went to Washington and they threw their medals into a burning fire. Where is the dissent among Israeli soldiers? 3 people in Haaretz? 3 soldiers who speak in Haaretz? Where is the dissent?
He's doing the A Up Lovely bit of saying the Israeli left is 3 people who watch ContraPoints whilst driving their bulldozer.
If you look at the polls, there were, Israelis are the most polled people on God's earth. If you look at the polls, every 2 weeks there was a poll taken. Do you think Israel's using too much force in Gaza, just the right amount of force in Gaza, or too little force in Gaza? We had a significant anti-war movement in.
Someone who's more clued up and speaks Hebrew might actually be able to talk about this in a much better way. I think maybe there is an argument that quite a decent amount of American cultural production and Israeli cultural production around the Vietnam War and Lebanon in 1982 shared quite a lot of similarities, in that a lot of it was about shooting and crying and the negative effects that the barbaric policies inflicted on, whether those be Vietnamese or Lebanese people, whether those were like that those were actually bad for the soldiers. So I think you might actually say, yeah, okay, the cultural production has a lot of similarities. It's just not at all about Palestinians. And I wonder if this is, like, not to say that I'm not enjoying what he's saying, but, like, is there not an argument that a lot of the American anti-war stuff is not actually, you know, about Vietnamese people either, because they're devoid in most of the counterculture films about this. So in fact, Apocalypse Now is a great example. I enjoy Apocalypse Now. I think it's one of the, you know, in terms of visually, the soundtrack, and I think it has a message about the madness of coloniality. But look at how Vietnamese people are portrayed in Apocalypse Now. I can see why someone would fucking hate that film. I don't think it's like this amazing anti-war film, because of the fact that a lot of people will watch it and see the epicness and beauty of war in it. Like, just look at the scenes, they're amazing. And a lot of the counterculture is just, yeah, but Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy now. But they did give a fuck about foreign policy then, because it involved Americans, because Americans died. And I think that this argument about, like, well, there was a counterculture movement in America, it's much bigger than Israel's. That is a point to be made. But I think culturally, it's just like, I'm not sure this argument is as good as people think. There's obviously stuff like Creedence Clearwater Revival were really, like, anti-Vietnam War, right? Their lead singer was a refuser, like, he just a draft dodger, if I understanding. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but, like, you know, a lot of their music is critical, like Run Through the Jungle. But even that, there's problems. Run Through the Jungle, I have no doubt some people would take as a pro-Vietnam War song, in the same way that a lot of people take, you know, Born in the USA to be a pro-American song. Concerns over US troops to be a domestic issue. Yeah, actually, you know what? You can actually make that argument. That is actually totally fair, that it was a domestic issue. That's not an unreasonable argument. I see what you're making. Every war movie is a war spectacle for a type of people. Is the only one that's not that Come and See film? I've still not seen that. Filmmakers who use practical effects like helicopters and planes or military vehicles have to get... So, actually, this is more interesting about Apocalypse Now. Apocalypse Now was not allowed to be made by the US military because they were like, you cannot have this sort of... you can't have this stuff. You can't have it because your film's too anti-war. They got it instead from the Filipino military, and I've mentioned this before, but Francis Ford Coppola paid for machine guns to be attached to old American military equipment so that they could be used to kill like communist rebels, basically. Is Born in the USA? Where does Born in the USA advocate for treats? USA lyrics. Born in the US. That's not even his best song. The best song's the one that goes, it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, and cut a 6-inch valley in the middle of my skull. At night I wake up with the seat soaking wet and I got a bad... I'm on Fire. That's the best Springsteen song, in my opinion. That is a banger. Hey, hey, good guys. Okay. Come back to the refinery. Heron Man says, son, if it was up to me, went down to see my VA. Man, he said, son, do you understand now? Down in the shadow of the penitentiary. I'm 10 years burning. Why is it a Treat Lorite song? Why is it? Yeah, the Ride of the Valkyrie scenes is incredible. Come and See and Fire on the Plains are the only anti-war movies. Maybe. You know what I've been listening to loads is, which it was, I remember this being a big album during the pandemic. A lot of people in the UK were listening to it, probably a global thing. But In the Aeroplane Over the Sea by Neutral Milk Hotel, Holland 1945, because I've been reading about the Second World War. I think I'm going to read Tuz's book next, Wages of Destruction. But I love the song. The only girl I've ever loved was born with roses in her eyes, but then they buried her alive one evening, 1945, when there's her sister by her side. That is an amazing album.
The United States. And the U.S., Professor Chomsky, he was unsure. He said, I don't want to trivialize genocide. However, I think we're getting pretty close in Vietnam. And as you know, the numbers were, by the end, the U.S. had killed 2 million Vietnamese, roughly 1.5 million Laotians, and about 500,000 Cambodians. 4 million people is not a small number.
Yeah, I really do like her. They only have one other song I've ever listened to, which is Naomi, Your Prettiness is Seeping Through Out. I love that. I love the song Naomi. That's it. I like that song.
But you can say there was a
I never read fiction. The only fiction book I've read in years is, I do actually want to read The Master and Margarita. I've always wanted to read that by Bulgakov. I read All the Land a Man Could Want and More, but that's a collection of short stories by Tolstoy. How Much Land Does a Man Need is the story, but the version I read is All the Land a Man Could Want and More. I think it's like a different version of a collection. I don't know, but I've read that, which is just like a story about a guy who like goes around in circles. And basically because he keeps wanting land. But yeah, I don't read fiction, but that's not some kind of thing. That's not some kind of thing I like. Neutral Milk Hotel was not a COVID pad. That's just Pitchfork Hipster starter kit. It was really big. That's how I got into it anyway. I know it's bigger than that.
Significant anti-war movement. You can say that people publicly dissented. If you looked at the polls,
right. I don't
think
it's
not a trivial number.
Look at Peter Beinart trying to get a word in edgeways. Fiction is definitely good, by the way. That's not me speaking down on it. It's something that I won't. It's not me speaking down or doubting it.
Israel is a completely crazed, lunatic society.
Yeah,
and so I don't believe the situations are analogous.
I actually kind of want to watch this interview. Shall I see if I can find it? Would anyone be interested in that? Also, Norman. Also, I really want to know who's winning the TI game. No, it's over. It's over. Who won? Oh, please tell me Team Nigma won. Did they? Did they win? Let me find out. I'm going to have to look at their Twitter. I really hope so. I need my predictions correct. Yes! Yes! Wait, did I change my prediction? Oh, I changed my prediction, I think. Fuck! I knew my boys over in Enigma Galaxy would do it. It's paywalled, I think. Fuck! I changed my prediction. Mate, I got Iron Wing wrong. I got Iron Wing versus Team Spirit, which was dumb. I don't know why I chose that. They just look pretty good. Who plays for Iron Wing? Anyway, I'll stop talking about Dota because I know people aren't interested, especially not professional Dota. Norman Finkelstein, Peter Beinart. You think it's paywalled, do you? Shit, Peter Beinart's going to come and copyright me. Peter, I apologize. I did not know that it's paywalled. There's 14 minutes of it, which I assume is where...
And I've thought a lot about what you said, which is your comparison of October 7th to the Nat Turner slave rebellion. And your statement that the abolitionists that you look to didn't condemn that, and so therefore you won't condemn October 7th. Let me play...
Well, they condemned white society.
Right, let me play...
They condemn white society.
Advocate. since there's been a shift since.
Wait, did Nigma? Oh, oh yeah, Liquid lost. Fuck. I know that. I got only Paravision right. Wonder if Finkelstein plays Dota. I also knew Nigma would win, but I changed it.
Then, particularly after World War II, the evolution of international law, right, as a discourse that did not exist in slave America, in slaveholding America in the 19th century, which tries to make a distinction between attacking combatants and attacking soldiers. And people apply, and I know international law is profoundly...
Norman Finkelstein, if he were to play Dota, obviously he doesn't play Dota, he would main someone like Meepo, because he's a very precise gentleman. You can imagine him controlling like one of the 5 Meepos and doing the kind of tricks that from a bygone era.
Flawed and is shaped by politics and power and racism, all this stuff. But it has been a powerful vehicle.
I also saw, Henry, you are definitely getting the special item, the purple stuff.
That people have tried to use, and I think that always to invoke international law to try to get Netanyahu in the dock. And when you say you're not willing to draw a distinction between attacking soldiers, which is permitted under international law, and attacking civilians, it seems to me you undermine the basis of appealing to international law. And so how do you respond to that critique?
Well, first of all, I'm very clear, like the abolitionists. I totally agree with them. They said horrible things happened during the Nat Turner Rebellion.
Is the video okay now? I just turned it up. I saw your comment.
Atrocities occurred, and I've not recoiled from saying, once I had a chance to read through the available...
But Dota stands for doubt our troops always. I think also one of the things that you could say about this, about Dota, is obviously it's a magnificent game that is, just beautiful. But when you are talking, oh my god, do you want me to turn it up again? When you're talking about the Palestinian cause, of course I'm going to side with it because it is literally just about basic international law being upheld and Palestinians being offered some justice. Everything about the Israeli project is about preventing even basic international law from being upheld, and so they can keep doing torture.
Human rights reports acknowledging that Hamas and other militant groups committed crimes of a significant magnitude in October 7th. So I think the law is clear on that. They targeted civilians. The law is clear on that. And those are crimes. I have no problem with that, with saying that. So I think the law is, like you say, the law is flawed, but it is certainly an improvement.
Do you think Norman Finkelstein got a curved monitor and like a by the way, look, I actually don't want to show my keyboard, but I got a light up keyboard. Do you think Mr. Fink has got one? I don't remember this, but apparently I swapped my grand finals prediction from Vision beating Liquid to the other way around. Oh, I think Yandex can get to the final, but they'll lose it.
Over the absence of the law. The question is, it's a very simple question. There are people listening. I wish they would chime in if they're able to. I'm not sure what your format is, but it's a simple question. And it's
on the chat they can, yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's a serious, not a quandary. For me, it's no longer a quandary, but at least at the beginning, it was a quandary. Here's the question. You're in the slave South. Nat Turner was captured. And he went to trial. He was convicted and then killed. His body was carved up. In any event, let's say you're...
Also, in Nahal Oz, in the kibbutz, one of the kibbutzes where it happened, I think I read the Palestinians were expelled in 1949. I don't know if they meant 48, but Amy Kaplan claimed it was 1949. Expulsion of kibbutz near Oz. No, I don't know if I'd find this, But yeah, Kaplan was just talking about how Palestinians predominantly lived in Shujaya, which is where you could see, you know, Kibbutz Nir Oz from.
The prosecuting attorney, Peter Beinart. You're the prosecuting attorney. If you were, in the course of your prosecution, interrogation of Nat Turner, you were to say to him, Nat Turner, do you realize how immoral was the deed that you committed? Do you realize the magnitude of the sacrilege, the blasphemy? Forget about the legal categories, since you, Nat Turner, are very well versed in the Bible, which he was. He was apparently, by every reckoning, a very smart guy. Black people, white people said, oh, Nat's a really smart guy. You're very well versed in the Bible. You know the biblical commandments, though he also knew about the biblical descriptions of genocide. I would say to you, Attorney Beinart.
Can you imagine? I reckon Norman Finkelstein has like an anime mousepad. Sorry, there is something I have just seen that has shocked me more than anything. The US Department of Education has uploaded a photo, which I'm pretty sure shows Jeffrey Epstein. So there's an image of a kart racing thing with Trump here. Like, it's kind of a Mario Kart thing. Who is this? Who is this? What the actual fuck? That's Hillary Clinton, obviously. Who is that? Who is that? This was genuinely uploaded by the Department of Education. Who is this? By the way, you know, actually, there's some pretty significant Epstein stuff potentially coming out soon, which is Virginia Giuffre's file will be unsealed, which perhaps I'll cover it when it comes out. The Department of Education uploaded this. Who is that? Who is this person? Oh, it's Kennedy. Well, is it Kennedy? It kind of looks like Epstein. And Kennedy's the only person I could think of. Is that not Hillary Clinton? That looks a lot like Hillary Clinton. Why isn't Nintendo suing? Well, because AI is so shit, they've given him a Mario Kart, like just a Mario Kart looking thing. Hillary's on a USA education bike. Apparently it's not Hillary. This is a Mercedes-Benz. It looks too much like Epstein. Is it not supposed to be the White House Chief of Staff? I think it might be Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey's haunting them.
Do you feel comfortable lecturing Nat Turner on morality? Do you feel comfortable invoking the categories of law and quote-unquote civilization to a fellow who was born into slavery, languished in slavery, and was destined to die in slavery? A fellow of whom one of his biographers, Stephen Oakes, wrote, he said, what motivated Nat Turner was the huge chasm that separated what he aspired to be in this, his only earthly existence, versus what he was destined to be. Destined, there was no getting out of it. He would die a slave. This was 1831. Emancipation Proclamation comes 32 years later. Destined. Would you lecture him from on high about international law? About the advances in human morality? I find that I would be happy to hear everybody out. I find that personally mortifying, preposterous, absurd. Me lecturing Nat Turner about the advances in morality and international law. Now, in the case of Gaza, 80% of the people in Gaza were refugees or children of refugees or grandchildren of refugees. Half the population is children. They lived through the Egyptian occupation, which E.L.M. Burns, who was the chief UN representative in Gaza, he described Gaza as a concentration camp. In July 19...
It is obviously incredible because Gaza's situation was basically no different from the internal displacement camps of Jewish people inside of Europe at that time. Also, is the YouTube chat just frozen? I don't know. No one's responded to anything or typed anything. Oh, no, it hasn't.
1967, right after the Israelis occupied Gaza, Senator Al Gore Sr., not our junior, senior, he visited Gaza. He came back, he reported back to our Congress. He said Gaza's, quote, I'm quoting him now, a concentration camp on the sand, if you will. In 2004, Giora Eiland, the head of Israel's National Security Council, he's speaking to...
I also, by the way, Giora Eiland, I always thought this would be an interesting video. So if you've not seen Apocalypse Now, Giora Eiland is kind of like General Kurtz, who is the one who enunciates the barbarity that is required and is evident in their project, and is obviously a morally repugnant figure. The other Israeli generals are like, who's that piece of shit at the start? Kilgore. In the sense of they like, oh, they're kind of just doing things right, and people are like, oh, I love them. Like, oh, they're behaving right. They're the darlings of the military, but they're just willing to just kill and kill and kill.
Some Americans, he describes Gaza as a huge concentration camp. Now, brace yourself. You ready for this? That was Gaza in its best days. That's not a joke.
Right.
That's before the blockade, the medieval barbaric blockade that was imposed on Gaza in 2006. That was before the high-tech killing sprees, Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense, Operation Protective Edge.
Right. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Norman.
So for me to lecture them about morality, it just strikes me as complete.
Poor Peter Beinart just trying to interrupt Finkelstein. Finkelstein's in the kind of flow state that you do not want to get in the way of.
Insane.
Well, okay, I don't think that I can't even begin to fathom what it would be like to live for a day, let alone an entire life in Gaza. So
with
yes.
with no hope of ever getting out, you will die.
Yes, and so yes, I think your point is that there should be one should be very, very careful about lecturing people who have lived through things that I cannot even imagine. I still think that is different than the question of the application of international law by the International Criminal Court or by a human rights organization, because it is this edifice of international law.
Once again, I hope everyone realizes that, like, international law and holding people who did crimes on October the 7th would be accepted by Palestinian militant organizations on the condition that it was applied to Israelis. And if that was done, Palestinians and justice for the Palestinian cause, they would accept that.
That I think is as weak and as pathetic as it has been, that is...
I don't know if I'd valorize Norman Finkelstein in some ways. There are many things that he says and does that are worthy of criticism, but his eloquence in speaking on this topic is particularly interesting, of kind of being like, yeah, you know, this human rights framing as a way to talk about the behavior of and the atrocities and crimes that happened on October the 7th is so ridiculous when the Palestinians were subject to them.
Critical,
like long before.
Ever being able to hold Israel to account, and if you basically say that international law doesn't apply, and that you can basically target civilians and it's fine, and I think you lose a very powerful. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't believe I ever said that.
I also think the Polisario front, once again, we talked about this the other day and on the podcast, the Polisario front are kind of indicative of this. No mass targeting of civilians, barely any, if anything. And what happens in response? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What I said was, I quoted Garrison, William Lloyd Garrison, and then in my book, because I discuss at great length the analogy with Nat Turner, I quoted others from that era. Remember?
Yeah, there's an Israeli theorist called Yeheskel Dror, who you may never heard of, and they mentioned him in the Radio War Nerd episode. This guy is his name. He's still alive. He's like 90 plus. Oh no, he died recently, so they were wrong about that. He has a book called Crazy States, and it's about like states that think they're above international law and behave crazily. Literally the most apt description of Israel. Israel is a state that believes, and its supporters believe, that because it is a Jewish state. Like, I literally hate, there is this guy who I hate. This guy says, this guy makes the claim that someone says, oh, what's the easiest reason or justification for you supporting Israel? His argument, okay, is that Jewish people historically have always been, you know, done wrong by evil people. So you have to support them now, and everyone who was against them was evil. And it's like, once upon a time, the people who were against them were fucking fascists and churches whose desire was to hate Jewish people on the basis of being Jewish people. I am sorry, that is so fucking dumb in comparison to what Israel is now. Israel is a state with incredible power, persecuting Palestinians, and yet you sit here and tell me that I should draw on the historical experience of Jewish people when they were occupied by Nazis, when they were mass murdered, as justification for supporting a perverse state now. I'm good. You literally have this state that believes we are above international law. We can do as we please. I just noticed that Chris had a Twitch account. Yeah, I need to get better. Hello, Gatto Surfer. I need to get better and start posting about how I'm live more. Someone reminded me of it.
The first thing I did after October 7th, because I knew people would ask me my opinion. And I was very, very nervous about that. I had a division of labor with Professor Chomsky. I did the kind of spade work, basically minute research, what I came to be called a forensic scholar, just going through evidence. But usually, and I don't say this proudly, I was kind of infantilized by the whole experience, but I deferred to Professor Chomsky's moral judgment, which I thought was exquisite. He was steeped in Western philosophy. He was steeped in many philosophies. He was steeped.
Accidentally calling him fiend of of Bannon and Epstein, Chomsky. You didn't even need to correct it to friend. He is a bit of a fiend of Epstein and Bannon.
In moral philosophy, it had, at some point, I know this is incorrect biologically, but it had become baked into his DNA, which I know is scientifically an incorrect statement, such that He had great confidence.
They should remake Young Sheldon, but call it Young Norm and have it be about like Norman Finkelstein. And whenever anyone asks him a question about anything, he just responds and answers it. He's not like into science as our beloved Young Sheldon is. He's into sort of the history of Israel and Palestine. I think this is the closest we have ever got to a human embodiment of Young Sheldon.
His moral judgment, and it came to him instinctively. He didn't sweat.
Yeah, by the way, once again, this is why when people were saying earlier, I love this guy, I would not valorize him. He famously responded to like Epstein-related stuff, like basically fuck off and leave me alone. But obviously this guy who he's kind of like glorifying a little bit, who was, you know, as you guys pointed out, he said steeped in moral philosophy, he's like, you know, kind of fucking just sort of valorizing him and being like he was steeped in moral philosophy and shit. Was he really? Was Mr. Chomsky really steeped in moral philosophy when he, you know, associated with these people?
I can assure you of that. He didn't sweat. And I deferred to him. Part of it because I trusted his judgment. That's 90%, and 10% because I didn't want to get into an argument with him. He had inexhaustible mental energy, and even if he was wrong on those occasions, and he was on occasions wrong, you can never win because he will never let go. He had inexhaustible mental energy. He will keep arguing, and finally you think, oh, it's just not worth it. And you let the whole thing go, but he had to win. He had to win. That was, you know, it wasn't the best characteristic of his, but we all have our little faults, peccadillos. I didn't have him. He wasn't accessible after October 7th. And I had to think through it on my own. And I knew for the first time in my adult life, my judgment might count. And so I had to think it through. Where did I stand? And I was faced with two unmovable facts. Number one,
I've never watched the Foucault debate. I also have, speaking of, I something I want to read soon. I have I don't know where it is, Slavoj Žižek's new book. I'm actually going to read that and see what I think.
Something of crimes of a significant magnitude occurred on October 7th. That's what the evidence...
I think historically, Finkelstein is actually very good. I think the problem is as a theorist, he is not really much of a titan. He's never really someone that's figured massively into like Palestine related stuff for me. I think other people wrote better theoretical books about Israel and its relationship with the Holocaust. I think actually the better book is Segev's The Seventh Million. I think it's actually way better and way more interesting. It's just older, translated from Hebrew, and way bigger. And Segev has stuff to criticize him about him as well, but I think it's the more interesting of the two, having read... I've never actually read all of Segev's book, just segmented chapters when I needed them for essays, but I read a considerable amount of it, and there's a lot of stuff in there that's like, he doesn't appreciate because he's not Israeli. But still, some of the stuff he did, and especially as an orator, Finkelstein is very impressive, you know. The way he speaks to that person in the thing where he's like, spare me your crocodile tears, is fantastic. I've read most of Discipline, and actually, how does it go? Is Discipline the first half? So when I was in Italy, and I first met my girlfriend, I read up to the end of Discipline, and then or whatever's about page 130 in Discipline and Punish.
That's what the evidence shows. My credo in life has always been, never quarrel with facts.
Okay, that's enough out of Mr. Normie. I will not stand for crocodile tears. What shall I do? His ability to retain dates and statistics is impressive. And also quotations. I might run and pee and keep streaming for a little bit, actually. So give me a second. I won't put on I'm from Jerusalem again. I'll put on My People, My Homeland. I'll just run and pee. I got to. I'll be back. I'll keep up for a little bit. No, we didn't meet in Italy. We spoke before and then we travelled to Italy to be together first. So, yeah.
أرضي شعبي عالمي فلسطين بضحي بدمي واقسم بيامي لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين أرضي شعبي عالمي فلسطين بضحي بدمي واقسم بيامي لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين بالحجر أشعلنا الثورة بالإضراب كسرنا قيودنا وبالوحدة عززنا صمودنا والتحرير صار صوب علينا بالحجر أشعلنا الثورة بالإضراب كسرنا قيودنا وبالوحدة عززنا صمودنا والتحرير صار صوب علينا أرضي شعبي عالمي فلسطين بضحي بدمي واقسم بيامي لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين أرضي شعبي عالمي فلسطين بضحي بدمي واقسم بيامي لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين لا أرفع راية بلدي فلسطين
Hello. Hello. I am back. I have returned. Hold on. I want to see if ITV uploaded a video about this. IV. UK. No, that's not. Wait, actually, I want to watch this right now. As long as it doesn't have music or some bullshit.
This is a kill him. How close the his military veterans from around the world.
Okay, I'll just talk about this story then. So, in case you've somehow not seen this, this is actually just frankly insane. Actually, you know what? There's an interview with him. We should watch this. So, in case you didn't know about this, or you're not from the UK, so you probably wouldn't know. Last night, when I was on the phone, I heard a crazy story emerge, and I saw a crazy story. Okay. Exclusive. UAE funded mercenary van covert operation against British activist in London. So the UAE hired this guy. His name is Abraham Golan. He's a Hungarian-Israeli dual citizen. He's a veteran, and he was brought to the UK to surveil an academic who's like from an organization called the Cordoba Foundation, and he was being paid. He openly talked about this. He wanted to run a surveillance operation, and he even discussed with a former US Navy SEAL the potential of killing their target. His name is, the man who was nearly killed is called Anas Al-Takriti. He was a hostage negotiator, an activist, and chief executive of a think tank. And he talked about this. This guy has known it for decades that he was potentially going to be assassinated because they decided that he was a terrorist. There was an Israeli citizen paid for by the UAE operating on British soil, potentially going to kill him. These people did kill people in Yemen, by the way. They Yeah, they did do this in Yemen, by the way. Emirati assassins in Yemen. They assassinated people in Yemen. This is not something new, by the way. So the UAE funded politically motivated assassinations in Yemen. So they trained American mercenaries. They basically, they provided they trained people to go and kill political activists. Some of the people they killed, listen to this. They were going after people in Yemen who were one of its first targets was a guy called Ansaf Ali Mayo, a Yemeni MP. Gulen's team planted an explosive at his office where he worked. He survived the attack and fled to Saudi Arabia. Listen to this. So there was evidence produced that Mayo was a moderate and a pragmatist. Once again, the UAE is literally just trying to destabilize Yemen, and you will hear their activists tell us how we should have close relations with them. Also, by the way, the UK government knows all this. The UK plans to deepen relations with the UAE. That's their plan. But it's fucking crazy. There's an Israeli dual national on our street planning to assassinate professors. And Andreas Krieg talks about this. If you talk about certain authoritarian governments, you will probably be harassed, by the way. You know.
Britain.
But yeah, it's just...
And one of its closest... We put that question to both governments. You'll have seen from your screens how bad the war has become.
Actually, I don't want to show this because it could have violence in. But obviously, the UK just don't want to do anything. Andy Burnham will end up deepening relations with the UAE. I mean, we did kind of create it as a state. But we're constantly releasing joint statements about our nice relationship. Not only are these people killing in Sudan, but they're also fucking in the UK harassing and potentially killing academics. We'll have a listen to this guy.
In December 2016, a man checked in to a 5-star hotel in Knightsbridge. His name was Abraham Golan, a former French Foreign Legion soldier who ran a private military company out of the United States. The year before, he had been in Yemen, paid millions of dollars by the UAE to run what he has himself described as a targeted assassination program. And now he was in London, tasked with surveilling a British citizen. Anas Al-Takriti didn't know he was a UAE target until almost 10 years later today, when ITV...
I know, it's crazy. By the way, the US, so there was a recent story as well about Emirati, well, they're Colombian mercenaries. I think I talked about this the other day. Colombian mercenaries are operating in Yemen. They've been sending, they sent Colombian mercenaries to Yemen. This is the New York Times from 2015. Hold on, I'll unwall it. Give me 1 second. So, in terms of... Oh, wait. I apologize for that. I'm not unwalling it. That's my mistake. I'd never do that. Sorry. Emirates secretly sends Colombian mercenaries to fight in Yemen. So they were sending these Colombians to Yemen, but they were also sending Sudanese troops from the RSF and the SAF to fight against the Houthis. Now, mercenaries fighting in Africa's Forgotten War. The Financial Times produced a long read, which I don't need to just repeat to all of you, but they sent hundreds of Colombian fighters to go, thousands in fact, over 1,000 people to go and fight. Yeah, that's where this Abraham Golan guy, he's a veteran of the French Foreign Legion. And no, so there's US mercs around him, but he's a veteran of the French Foreign Legion.
The news revealed it to him. Police had visited him at the time and warned him his life may be in danger, but they said they could not tell him why. Al-Tikriti is a British academic, a former hostage negotiator, and the head of a London think tank called the Cordoba Foundation.
By the way, just wanted to say, if you're a member, if you're not a member already, become one, especially if it's via Prime. Feel free.
In 2014, the UAE...
And yeah, Candice was right. The French Foreign Legion are everywhere.
criminalized the Cordoba Foundation, alleging links to the Muslim Brotherhood, which the UAE regards as a terrorist organization. The British government does not.
What was that? Sorry, what was that?
UAE regards as a terrorist organization.
Why did they keep that in? His Cordoba Foundation. Oh, I mean, any association with the Muslim Brotherhood, the UAE basically declares that you are worthy of just death. Because they tried to even pressure the UK government into becoming a... they tried to pressure the UK government into... They tried to pressure the UK government into recognising the Muslim Brotherhood as a terror organisation, but the UK government refused to do it because it's not a terror organisation. It's absolutely fictitious that it is. Also, she's doing that because someone knocked on the door. It's the Middle East Eye Studio. It's in their office, I'm sure. I didn't see it because it wasn't built when I was there.
The British government does not. In fact, in 2015, an official review found no evidence the group was involved in terrorist activity in Britain. It has been a long-running disagreement between the...
This is really worth mentioning, by the way. This review into whether the Muslim Brotherhood was a terrorist organisation was pushed by the UAE. They didn't just do it randomly. Version of calling everyone a communist. Yep. And the Muslim Brotherhood, by the way, are not liked by a lot of people. They're like not liked by a lot of people in the Middle East. They're not communists at all.
Two nations. For years, the UAE has accused the group of threatening its political system and sought to suppress its regional influence since the Arab Spring. Founded in Cairo in 1928, the Muslim Brotherhood maintains it is a peaceful organization wishing to participate in politics democratically, but it is considered a major threat by several autocratic governments in the region. The Home Office responded to ITV News, who broke the story, saying it does not comment on security and intelligence matters. The UAE has not responded either. But here to share his side of the story is Anas Al-Tikriti himself. Anas, welcome. It's great to have you on the show. Now, you have only learned...
He's going through a lot, but that is a nice dome.
And about this nearly 10 years after it happened. When you were shown those files, those photographs of your house, your car, what went through your mind?
Well, I mean, I've always suspected that I'm on the bad books of a regime such as the UAE, which I personally wear as a badge of honor. It's always good to be on in the bad books of rogue, authoritarian, dictatorial regimes.
Hey, this guy's based.
Whilst I've always suspected, and through being debanked dozens of times over the course of the past 12, 13 years, to actually see in black and white the correspondence, the WhatsApp messages between the team that were...
They're using the Muslim Brotherhood because the Muslim Brotherhood is the biggest threat to authoritarian regimes in that it organizes to push back against these authoritarian governments. It's like a pre-existing political organization that might threaten them, so they have to do away with it.
Surveilling me and how closely I was being monitored and how my routes from home to work, taking my kids to school, the mosque that I frequented, where I was going to deliver a lecture, for instance. I mean, seeing it in black and white often, well, I have to say that it filled me with emotions that I never expected. But coming to actually think of...
So the Muslim Brotherhood were founded in 1928 by a guy called Hassan al-Banna. It started as like a network of charities, and then eventually... the Muslim Brotherhood man carried out an assassination of, I can't remember his name, someone Pasha in Egypt. He was the Prime Minister of Egypt, I think, or maybe the President in 1948. It's not really known whether Hassan al-Banna actually knew it was going to happen, But anyway, since then, it's kind of morphed into this massive organization that's across pretty much all of the MENA, Middle East, it's across all of the Middle East, or what you'd know as that, basically. It has a pretty weird relationship with authoritarian governments. So in the case of Egypt, it was always kept down by the previous ruler, Hosni Mubarak, but there was kind of like a tacit agreement. Many of the most powerful and rich families in Egypt, some of them are members of the Muslim Brotherhood. They're conservatives, but they're also quite often Democrats. Like, a lot of them are Democrats. And in the context of why the UAE hates them, in 2011 and 10, when the Arab Spring was happening, they were like the most organized force that would, after the fall of authoritarian regimes, try and take power. Their big backers were Qatar. Qatar liked the Muslim Brotherhood because of more of a shared ideology than the UAE have, and being less fearful of them as they'd had a longer standing good relationships with them. The UAE created this fiction, like their country and their relationship with the Muslim Brotherhood is straight up fiction. The Muslim Brotherhood basically did not exist in the UAE. It was always an authoritarian hellhole oppressing its own population, okay? They launched a mad crackdown on them, but they realized it's kind of this spectre that you can use to spread. Now, the Muslim Brotherhood does exist in Europe. There are things like the Muslim Council of Britain and stuff. Basically, the UAE is using it as a bogeyman to spread Islamophobia without ringing alarm bells to its citizens by being like, hey, this Muslim Brotherhood thing's evil. But yeah, if you ask a lot of people from the region, they won't really like them.
About it, and especially now that it's sort of set in and
but the Muslim, okay, so if you want an example of how confusing the Muslim Brotherhood is because of how fucking big, during the Iraq War, the Muslim Brotherhood were part of the puppet government set up by Iraq, but then other outlets of the Muslim Brotherhood were denouncing them as puppets for being part of a US-led government in Iraq. So that's how like broad it is and how widespread it is. It is not this organization that is homogenous because it spans so many different countries. So like the Muslim Council of Britain is not. Muslim Council of Britain for Britain, Muslim Brotherhood. I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong about that, actually. Apparently the Muslim Association of Britain might be, so maybe I'm wrong about the Muslim Council of Britain. I do apologise. Okay, I can't find it. Yeah, each country has its own branch, and so they're different.
I've had time to reflect. I think the biggest question that comes to mind is what the British authorities knew about this. I mean, all of this, to be perfectly honest, knowing what we all know about the UAE regime, we wouldn't put it past that regime to carry out this crime. I mean, this would be nothing on the scale if you were to compare it with the crimes being committed in Sudan or in Yemen or in Libya or in various other countries that the UAE is sponsoring, genocides, war crimes of all sorts. However, my expectation of my own government is far better. My expectation is that my civil liberties would be protected, my freedom would be guaranteed, that I would be guaranteed safety, at least, if nothing else, to air my views, to criticize whomever I wish to criticize, whilst constantly throughout my entire life abiding by the law. I've never been questioned by the authorities. I've never been charged with any crime. I've never been questioned. So the fact that I'd be law-abiding...
By the way, I do not know what is going on in the British press right now. I have never seen a campaign like this in the last few years against the UAE. It is insane. You had the Financial Times publishing a ton, and now you've got this. There is a straight up, like, a specific effort to... there is a specific effort, pretty evidently, to show what the UAE is. And I don't think it'll be of major consequence, but it's certainly happening.
To me, at least, should guarantee me some level of safety and security by my own state. So
Abraham Golan, I couldn't find out whether he was part of the French Foreign Legion. He's got his own Wikipedia page. No, he did serve in the IOF.
The question that comes to mind, having known all of this, having realized all of this, is okay. So
there's a gun show already. You'll have to find it in the video.
So how much did my government, did my British authorities, security apparatus know about this? And if they knew, why is it that they didn't tell me, or at least warn me, or protect me? Or if they didn't know, that in itself would be a catastrophe in its own right. But the thing is that my standing as a British citizen, I think that is what not only fills me, but should fill everyone with fear, with horror, that a rogue dictatorial authoritarian regime such as the United Arab Emirates could actually reach into our society and infringe upon the civil liberties and freedoms and rights of citizens as well as organizations.
By the way, we literally hear so much about how IRGC agents are on British soil to do things, and maybe, I mean, there's fucking foreign agents inside of Iran constantly, so it wouldn't surprise me if Iran did the same. But you don't tend to hear about how, yeah, there's actually an Israeli-Hungarian mercenary on British soil plotting to kill a peaceful academic.
I mean, let's not forget that throughout all of this, my own think tank, the Cordoba Foundation, as well as numerous other organizations, British organizations, operating under British law, commercial as well as legal, have also been attacked, have also been defamed, have also been maligned by the United Arab Emirates. The question is, how can this happen? And what is the response of our government now that this has come to surface?
And I think it's important for people to understand here that it was not just surveillance, as invasive as that is in itself. At one meeting, Golan allegedly discussed the possibility of physically eliminating you. This was reported to ITV by an associate that he hired, who said that that Golan made the gesture of pulling his fingers across his throat about you. As you mentioned, you had 2 small children at this time, and police did visit you, telling you your life might be in danger, but they said that they could not tell you why. What is it like to be given that warning with no further information? And did you have any idea at the time what it could have been about?
I remember that quite vividly. I was abroad and my son called me and said the police have come by and they just asked about you. We told them that you're going to be back in a few days' time, and they said nothing. So I said, well, maybe it's just...
Like, this is such a big diplomatic incident, okay? The British government have said pretty much nothing so far. Foreign mercenaries hired by a country tried to kill an academic, or potentially thought about killing an academic.
I don't know, some routine check or something. 2 days later, he calls me back and he said they've come back and they're now a little bit more forceful about asking about your whereabouts. And this time round, they've left a telephone number.
Yep, none of them mentioned that he was in the IOF, by the way. I wonder why.
So I give them a call, and someone on the other line says that we are compelled to give you an Osman notice. And that's the very first time I've heard of this. And essentially, the police officer says that the Osman notice is something that we inform you of once we receive intelligence that your life might be in danger. So I say, okay, thank you, but what do I do now? Do I come back home? Do I move house? Do I relocate my family? What do I do? They say, we can't tell you anything. What's the source of this threat? We can't tell you anything. So basically, besides just handing me this Osman notice as though this a box that we've ticked? Nothing whatsoever. And that in itself is absurd. But that's the nature of the Osman notice, as far as I can tell. But once again, I mean, the questions are, well, clearly, the British authorities, the British police knew about something happening. And
so let me get this straight. An Israeli-Hungarian member of the British Foreign Legion and ex-Foreign Legion, ex-IOF member, lands on British soil, pretty openly hanging around, spending money, who's just been hanging around in Yemen. They don't think about that? Like, they don't think to do anything about that?
If things were as grave as the ITV report indicates, then the police not telling me that there is an actual threat, there is someone who is actually plotting against my life, I think is it's just absolutely unbelievable, and I think is something that needs to be investigated.
What sense have you made of it now? Why do you think that the UAE targeted you personally?
Oh, I have no doubt. I mean, my position was always in regards with spreading democracy, freedoms, asserting civil liberties everywhere. And when the Arab Spring...
By the way, that's the greatest crime that you can commit against an Emirati.
...occurred in 2011, I was a very, very big supporter of the movements that's happened in Egypt, Tunisia, and in various other countries that followed suit. The UAE, as well as other GCC regimes particularly, found that to their disliking, found that extremely threatening to their own standing and positions. And they made that very, very clear to me in various ways and terms. One of them by withdrawing any kind of invitation that I had to visit those countries, other times by various other means.
He's a sinister-looking gentleman, Mr. Bin Zayed.
Their embassies contacting me.
He is pretty creepy.
And asking me not to visit ever again. So the fact that I'm in their bad books is of no surprise to me.
He is genuinely really, really sinister.
But the surprise, as I said at the very beginning, is to the lengths that they're willing to go to silence me. Those reformists in the United Arab Emirates.
It's also incredible because one of the big things with Khashoggi was obviously the Saudis got backlash for it and troubles. The UAE got nothing. The UAE gets nothing for it.
Who've been now lingering in prison now for over 13 years, many of whom are people whom deserve our support, whom deserve our respect, who've sacrificed everything for the plight of freedom and democracy. And the fact that I've stood by them, the fact that I've spoken up for them in as much as I can.
Nah, Epstein's bro is not, he's not, MBZ is not Epstein's bro. His bro is, another Emirati gent. I don't remember his name. Head of DP World. Epstein, DP World. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, who's not a member of the Nahyan family. He's just like a rich Emirati guy.
Has angered the United Arab Emirates, and apparently they want to silence me at any particular cost. Once again, the question is, what is my government doing about this? Either they support the United Arab Emirates in its dictatorial ways, and as such, they should come forth and say so, or if they truly believe, if the government truly believes in freedom and civil liberties and human rights and the like, then they should take a different stand. The fact that the United Arab Emirates is one of our strongest allies is unbecoming of our own government, of our own society. The fact that the United Arab Emirates is such an
Obviously, this is one of the reasons as well that when people are like, why aren't you so mad at Iran? Why aren't you so mad at Iran? Like, we're literally best friends with every dictator in the world.
Investor in our football clubs, in our sporting events, in our celebrity shows, in our finance markets, in our banks, is something that speaks volumes of where we are as a society and where we're heading and who is actually making the calls on behalf of our own rights, like I said, I've been debanked dozens of times. I have no doubt that this debanking was at the behest of...
I don't think they have. Anas Altakriti, UK government. I don't think the UK government. So they were asked about it, but the UK government, the Home Office, was just like, yeah, we don't respond to it. It's insane. This story is just wild.
Of the UAE government and regime.
So what exactly would you would you like to see from the British government, from your...
To be fair, she's trying to keep him on track, because get a motherfucker like me or this guy talking about the UAE. We'll tell you how much we fucking hate them.
Your government in response to this.
I think
yes, Solayem is the torture video enjoyer, which, by the way, look, that was an Emirati prince just like, ugh, just doing repugnant stuff.
There needs to be a wider investigation. I mean, my story, like I said, pales in comparison to the crimes committed by the UAE regime. But it deserves an investigation on a wider level as to the influence of the UAE in UK politics internally, as well as our foreign policy. I think it's about time that our government, I'm hoping that Andy Burnham is listening to this, I'm hoping that he will have the guts to actually stand up and say, listen, hang on, we could be friends, but friends do not come without conditions. And the conditions are that you respect our freedoms, you respect our citizens, you do not infringe on the rights of our civilians to practice their lives as they deserve.
Anas Altakriti, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Middle East Eye, for that one. Oh, okay, guys. I'm going to end the stream there because I got to go pee again. You know what my bladder's like. I thank you all for being here. I thank you all for having, like, just commenting, becoming members, liking. Always deeply appreciated. I hope that you have a lovely rest of the day. I'll see you guys soon. I won't see you tomorrow. Podcast tomorrow. Then we're back. Oh god, I gotta watch the Golda Meir film. How long is that? Shit, I need to watch that tomorrow. I forgot about this. Sorry, Isaac. Golda Meir film. How long is this? I need to watch the Golda Meir 2023 film. How long is it? 100 minutes! Oh! Okay, guys. I'll see you on Saturday. Have a good rest of the week until then.